Thank you so much.
Con esta llamada,
with this wonderful clarion call for one of the great African percussionists from Senegal, we would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this inaugural event of Bridge to Africa. We're going to begin with a short video on our 35th anniversary of the University of Las Palmas.
Avance de Canarias, en la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. El futuro te espera con los brazos abiertos. Únete a nosotros y descubre un mundo de posibilidades. La Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, situada en la atractiva y cosmopolita ciudad del mismo nombre, es a día de hoy un consolidado centro educativo con prestigio nacional e internacional, siendo además un puente de conocimiento, investigación e innovación que une a Europa, África y América en el corazón del Atlántico. La Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria ofrece más de 80 titulaciones de grado y posgrado. Abarca todas las áreas de conocimiento, desde ciencias hasta humanidades, ingenierías, arquitecturas, ciencias sociales y ciencias de la salud. Cuenta, además, con modernas instalaciones repartidas en 4 excelentes campus de la isla de Gran Canaria y 2 campus en las islas de Lanzarote y Fuerteventura. Con más de 1.300 investigadores trabajando en institutos universitarios y grupos de investigación, lideramos proyectos internacionales en áreas como ciencias marinas, energías renovables, turismo y biotecnología, contribuyendo de forma significativa al desarrollo de la región. Además, nuestra oferta se complementa con más de 30 títulos propios, demostrando nuestro compromiso con la formación continua. Somos un polo de atracción de talento científico, excelencia investigadora y transferencia de conocimiento al mundo empresarial, reforzando así nuestro compromiso con la sociedad. En la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria valoramos la apertura al mundo. Cada año recibimos a más de 500 visitantes extranjeros a través de programas de intercambios internacionales. Nuestros estudiantes tienen la oportunidad de estudiar en más de 30 universidades de todo el mundo, ampliando sus horizontes y sumergiéndose en nuevas culturas y experiencias. Atendemos a la formación integral de las personas. La Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria va más allá de la formación y la investigación. Nuestra oferta cultural y deportiva enriquece la vida universitaria, impulsando eventos culturales, competiciones deportivas y proyectos de cooperación y solidaridad. Nos preocupamos por el medio ambiente y estamos comprometidos con el desarrollo sostenible. Estudiar aquí es también disfrutar de nuestra isla, destino conocido por su belleza natural y por toda la oferta de ocio que su paisaje insular ofrece. La Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria es la universidad del talento, del esfuerzo y de las oportunidades. Miramos hacia el futuro con orgullo, conscientes de nuestro papel como pilar fundamental en el desarrollo y avance de Canarias. En la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, el futuro te espera con los brazos abiertos. Únete a nosotros y descubre un mundo de posibilidades. Estamos aquí para ayudarte a alcanzar tus metas y convertir tus sueños en realidad. Ven y forma parte de nuestra familia universitaria. Ser ULPGC es conectar con tu talento.
reitero nuestra bienvenida.
I'd like to once again wish you a warm welcome, and we will now continue with the official protocol. And I would like to give the floor now to José Segura, the director of CASA Africa.
Disculpen.
Good morning. Just let me locate the microphone. Excellent. Authorities, Chancellor of the University, Lady Mayor, President of the Island Council, authorities who honor this university, thank you for bringing about an event that most certainly, as years go by, the university community will be very proud of. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to represent an institution based in Las Palmas, Casa Africa. This institution was founded back in 2007, and we have now covered a lot of ground, which I think really is proof of the great work that has been done by one and all. And also, to our visitors, our guests, I would like to convey our great satisfaction. Satisfaction with the fact that we continue to do our diplomatic work through Casa Africa with many different partners, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the government of the region and the city of Las Palmas. Together, jointly, we'd like to welcome all of the various different academics that come from various universities from Spain, from the countries of Africa, our friends. You, I think, are honoring us with your presence today. Last evening, Casa Africa, we gave a welcome to all of the participants. We were able to show you our know-how and our facilities, and of course we enabled you to participate in our activities. That is the work that we do. Casa Africa opened its years over 15 years ago, and over these years, year after year, we organize 400, 500, or even 600 activities of many different kinds, dissemination, publication of texts, meeting spaces, and we also have a library, a digital library that opens the doors to the world with hundreds of publications. Our activities encompass many different fields, including culture, art, working with civil society, geopolitics, as we mentioned so much today, includes technology, the economy, academia, sports, security, and so on. Casa Africa has also signed many different memorandums of understanding with our university partners and various different institutional partners, an extremely long list of partners and activities. We work with Spanish universities ceaselessly. And this is proof of the interest of various different university departments, from Galicia all the way to Catalonia, down to Andalusia, including Extremadura. We work with research centers, which, again, is evidence of the fact that Casa Africa has grown over the years, consolidating an idea that was forged more than 15 years ago. Simply, we look for solutions and we seek dialogue. Our motto is to build bridges of culture, of dialogue, of understanding, bridges between Canary Islands and mainland Spain and the countries of Western Africa. And we do this through many different activities. And our obsession is to create networks, to facilitate contact between Africans and Spaniards. And for this very reason, today's event is something that fills us with enormous satisfaction. And speaking to the chancellor of this university a few months ago, we said, you can count on us. You can count on Casa Africa in the organizing of this very first edition of Bridge to Africa. At Casa Africa, we are always aware of how important it is for us to work with universities on projects, on meetings that we've organized between Africa and Spain. And our flagship project is not my project, it's the project of the institution that was set up 12 years ago. And its name is Teaching Africa. That is our flagship project. Year after year, academic year after academic year, we have reached out to more than 20,000 Canary Island students from secondary schools. And they voluntarily do a subject at school that we call Teaching Africa. I repeat, voluntarily. Hundreds and hundreds of Canary Island teachers impart these courses with a truly admirable passion and commitment. And this project has content that is prepared by university professors from here. The didactic units of this course, Teaching Africa, have been prepared and developed by professors from this university who have shown their interest in culture and dialogue with Africa. Therefore, Chancellor, therefore, to the academic community, our dream was to participate in the implementation of this event, Bridge to Africa. And at GAS Africa, we hope that it will be a great success. And we'd also like to extend our greetings to universities in Africa. Chikanda Diop and so many other African universities from so many countries, above all from Western Africa, because we have open channels of dialogue and communication with those countries, co-participating in social and historical research projects. And I would like to conclude by saying that yesterday afternoon, before we kicked off the opening event, we had the opportunity to present a very interesting book on the history of this great island of the east of Africa. A book that was prepared and written by professors from the University of Lerida, and in fact, they focused on the Malagasy people, obviously the island of Madagascar. And in recent times, we, in fact, at this university, had a ceremony for the honoris causa doctors, women doctors. In fact, this professor from the island of Madagascar was given an honoris causa, an honorary doctorate. In fact, this University of Lerida was the very first university to give an honorary doctorate to a professor from sub-Saharan Africa. So, therefore, friends, professors from this very university, colleagues, visiting professors, authorities, in the academic community as a whole, welcome to all of you. Welcome to all of you who are working on this very project of building bridges with the continent of Africa. Chancellor, thank you so much.
Tiene la palabra Tomás.
Now I'd like to give the floor to Thomas Lopez, Deputy Director General of Multilateral and Horizontal Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, President of the Island Council, Mayor, Director General, authorities, friends. Just a few minutes ago, the Chancellor and the Deputy Chancellor of the University, and I spoke to them and I said that I'm very proud to participate in this inaugural event of Bridge to Africa, working alongside the Department for Africa and the European Union Cooperation Union, the government of Spain. And this invitation was extended to me by the University of Las Palmas, and two various different strands to come together. which underscore the dynamic nature of the relationships between Spain and Africa. University is a center of great ideas, innovative ideas, and this is absolutely essential in our relations with the continent of Africa.
Autónomas españolas en sus relaciones con África y la más próxima al continente, no solo por su ubicación geográfica, sino por una vocación que el Gobierno de Canarias ha venido traduciendo en políticas públicas que refuerzan y enriquecen la política exterior de España.
We have continued to strengthen relations with Africa. Bridge is a well-chosen word. The governments, the island councils, the town councils, Casa Africa, and more businesses, civil society in Spain and Africa are precisely that. We are bridges across which people, ideas and projects can pass. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation and the European Union of Spain work on bridges. And the Africa Department precisely works on coordinating and promoting relations with the continent of Africa. Never working alone, never from a dominant position, but working to accompany, to inspire various different sectors of our society so that they can reach out to a very close continent, which is becoming ever closer for us. This is a message that I would like to convey to you today. Remember us. Remember the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when you have a project with Africa where we can help. Remember our networks of consulates and embassies across Africa. Come and visit us, talk to us. And at the Department for Africa and the Ministry, this is the focal point for Africa. And as with the fact that we have governmental relations with Africa under the competency of the ministry. But we also say that nothing African is foreign to us because we can be middlemen, intermediaries. We can help on initiatives that relate to Africa, or we can provide you any kind of practical assistance that you might require. And the University of Las Palmas, represented by the Chancellor, and other educational establishments in this country, I think can certainly give proof of this. Our Minister, Mr. Alvarez, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, announced a new strategic framework which will be published very soon. This new strategy will mean a strengthening of relations with Africa, and it will underscore the comprehensive approach under the third Plan Africa from 2019 to date, including all ministries, all public and private stakeholders across the various different fields in which these relationships are held. These sectors include the academic and scientific communities, not only because of their vitality, we'll be seeing this over the coming 4 days, but also because of their direct effect on consolidating beneficial mobility, both for citizens and for origin and destination countries. We include in this circular movements. We're talking about the fact that many people have decided to move abroad to complete their training or to add to their professional careers. And finally, scientific and academic cooperation brings about a reciprocal sphere of knowledge that will benefit all, because having this contact between people who have made intelligence their tool of work, this helps us to do away with the false misapprehensions that are created by the people who are manipulating reality. And this fake news is something that is of great concern to us in our ministry. For this very reason, over recent months, we've worked hand in glove with Casa Africa, as ever, and we have organized two encounters, one on misinformation and image in Spanish-African relations, and a few weeks ago we organized an event on how to evaluate the African diaspora and how they help our society develop. And we had a round table specifically focusing on developing talent. Thank you to the organizers for these wonderful initiatives. Thank you for remembering us, and please do not forget that at our department, at our General Directorate and our Ministry, you have an ally. We are going to help you to favor relations between Spain and Africa. Thank you.
Por medio de una transmisión.
Through a video connection, we give the floor to Oyosua Oyobole.
I am Professor Olushola.
Soy el profesor Olusegun Oluselim, secretario general de la Asociación de Universidades.
The Association of African Universities is the apex university association in the African continent with over 440 members within the African system. AAU is committed to the promotion of collaboration and partnership among universities in Africa, and we especially promote South-South collaboration within the African higher education system. We are a member of the OBRE Global Group, with whom we've been associated for over 10 years, and we've been involved in various collaborative research involving Africa and Europe. We are glad that your university, the University of Las Palmas de GRAN CANARIA, is a member of the OBRE Global Group, and we are glad that you are commemorating your 35 years of establishment. We wish you the best as you celebrate these 35 years of existence, and we look forward to your participating with us in the interregional conference between Latin America and Africa coming up in Addis Ababa in July this year. Congratulations to your great university. Thank you.
Tiene la palabra a continuación señor Luis Padilla, director general de Relaciones.
Mr. Luis Padilla, General Director of Relations with Africa of the Government of the Canary Islands, has the floor. Good morning. Thank you very much, my dear Vice Chancellor, President of the Island Council, Mayor, Director of Casa Africa, authorities, councils, students. Welcome to Bridge to Africa. First of all, I would like to apologize the absence of the President of the Canary Islands because there is a plenary session in the Parliament of the Canary Islands. I would like to congratulate the University of Las Palmas for organizing Bridge to Africa. They have developed a very strong effort to bring together representatives of the civil society, students, academics, to study several aspects regarding to Africa, such as environment, health, and social issues. I'm sure we will continue discussing other subjects which have a big influence on the social realm, such as immigration. We read in the media that this information highlights the migration, basically referring to the Sahel crisis and the socio-economic causes, the climate change impact, and problems with energy and security. But I would like to remind the other reality, that which is not picked up by the media, and that is the massive potential of Africa and its role in the 21st century. As the General Secretary of the United Nations says, the 21st century may be and should be the century of Africa. It is obvious that the growth rates in Africa are massive. We have to remember that Africa has grown around 3.8% during last year, and it is projected that it will grow almost twice as much as Latin America in 2025. Apart from these growth rates, we all know the natural resources of the African continent, which are around 1/3 of the mineral resources in the world. The most important things, however, are its population and the youth of the population. The population will probably become in 2050 2.5 billion people. This will be the youngest population in Africa, taking into account that the average age is 19 years old, while in the OECD it is 40 and 30 in Latin America. That means that there is a very large potential for Africa in the near future. However, the European Union is losing its importance somehow, and we are focusing on aspects such as migration and let other global actors to act freely in the region, possibly creating more instability, creating the conditions which, as for us, the Canary Islands, create the right conditions for people to migrate, as happened with the Europeans in the 19th century. The main reason is the difference in income. Last week was published by the Immigration Well Organization, which includes a piece of information saying that from $7,000 per capita, the trend to migrate reduces, which carries the need to contribute to the development at origin. So I would like to take the opportunity to say that these data refer to population growth, income differences, bring a sentence by Bonino saying that Europe is like a residence for the elderly looking towards a nursery for children. So we have to be more regular in our relations with our African neighbors. Rector, Vice Chancellor, I would like to say that the most important policy to contribute to development is the investment in human capital. From the General Directorate of Africa in the government of the Canary Islands, which is the only one of this kind in all the autonomous regions, we consider that Bridge to Africa is the perfect title for an event such as this, and we have always devoted our contribution to education, mainly through the universities. But we have also invested in other fields. For instance, we have invested to have here the international basis of the headquarters of the Red Cross and the welfare program stores here in the port of Las Palmas. Thanks to the Spanish Foreign Ministry, we have also here in the Canary Islands Casa Africa, referred to by Mr. José Segura. So the challenge we have ahead is to make an educational hub in the islands for the neighboring countries. In fact, we have already started. We are providing training in Senegal, and we could do the same in other countries. This is an initiative which will be there for the future, always linked to our excellence centers, to our universities, etc., but always prioritizing the training at origin. Many of the fields that will be discussed here in the next few days are reflected in our cooperation policy, because Europe has considered that we have to have powerful cooperation instruments such as Interreg. We are now in the framework of 2027, and there are 7 African countries involved: Mauritania, Senegal, Gambia, Ghana, the Ivory Coast, Cape Verde, Saint Tomé, and I hope I haven't forgotten any other. And of course, our partners in the Macaronesia, Azores, and Madeira. This will be useful to share experiences, knowledge at both sides, which is exactly the same aim of Bridge to Africa. The floor is to the mayor of the City Council of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Thank you.
Director General Relations with Africa, Gas Africa, President of the Social Council, authorities, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, warm greetings. I'd like to begin by giving thanks to the University of Las Palmas for their invitation to participate in this event, this great initiative, which also adds to other successful initiatives organized by the university to mark its 35th anniversary. As the Mayor of Las Palmas, I would like to welcome you to our city, and I hope that you enjoy yourselves while you're here. You are in a very open and warm city, cosmopolitan city, that looks towards all the continents that surrounds us. The title of this conference is Bridge to Africa, which is what we are. We are a bridge that brings about exchanges, greater experience, greater knowledge, which also helps us to share our feelings in both directions. And we're talking about Africa for Europe, and the door open between Europe and Africa, which adds to our potential for the future. In this very room, there are many people, and we, public officials, understand the strategic importance of the Canary Islands, and all of us are fully aware of the fact that the Canary Islands represent an opportunity for Europe, but for Africa too, and of course for America, the Americas. But we need to specify our goals through events like this. Now, the event called Bridge to Africa, because I am of the firm conviction that the Canary Islands can and should contribute to making this bridge between Africa and Europe working, so that we can help relations, we can strengthen European action, looking at the needs of the inhabitants in Africa, also meeting the demands of African women to make European women aware of them. Because if we look at Africa, the informal economy is essentially run by women, which is very important for the economy there. Also, we need the exchange of experiences, objectives. We need to bring about political and strategic initiatives that are important within this cooperation framework, because we, cities, are many things, but we're also this bridge of dialogue, of understanding, to improve the lives of the people, the inhabitants of those cities. We are kicking off a conference that will bring about many different exchanges in the areas of environment, health, society, and economy. And we will be able to continue to bridge those gaps, to bring about greater understandings, so that we can make Africa closer, which is so close, but yet so far. And therefore, across these various different working areas, we will be able to accelerate matters so that we can bring about the creation of future projects. And this conference should remind us that we mustn't ignore the opportunities available to us. We have to give them shape. We have to overcome the hurdles along the way. so that we can really pick up on the potential and also understand that there will be obstacles in the way. To conclude, on behalf of the city, of which I'm the mayor, I sincerely hope that we will be able to help to improve the lives of our citizens, and I hope that through our projects, the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria will be able to continue to work with other cities in Africa. We want to be able to share our experiences and projects with other cities, particularly with cities in Africa, so that we can continue to build these necessary bridges. We have a new initiative that we're working on to improve training and capacity building efforts for the municipality of Praia, emergency and security training for the Council of Cape Verde with the town of Praia. And in fact, we have done a great deal of wonderful work there, Pepe, so that we can make this program and bring it off the ground. And therefore, I would like to conclude by wishing you all the best for this conference. And I hope also at the same time that you will enjoy all that is available to you in this wonderful city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to give the floor to Antonio Morales, the President of the Gran Canaria Island Council. Antonio, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chancellor. I am grateful to you for this invitation. Mayor of Las Palmas, Director General of Relations with Africa of the Government of the Canary Islands, Director General for Africa of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, President of the Social Council of the University of Las Palmas, Director of Casa Africa, authorities, academia, ladies and gentlemen. It's about the word, the spoken word. And this event has been organized by the University of Las Palmas, and I therefore would like to thank you for this initiative. It is something that we will work closely with through our government. We have a novelist from Cameroon who spoke about how Africa was like a bird with clipped wings. And in fact, there are so many oral accounts from Africa. Their tales and stories build bridges because they build common understanding for all of human beings so that we can overcome our differences. And in fact, we can see that through this difference, we can come to common understandings because we seek together opportunities for the future. One of the many proverbs of the Bantu culture speak about the fact that we are what we are. This is the basic principle of a joint journey shared by all of humanity because it's a palpable reality that brings us together. And we are far from achieving our projects for the future of this planet, but we must be able to work together by not leaving anybody behind. We need a new model for globalization based on fraternity and not on commerce. And therefore, for Africa, we need to remove the veil from our eyes, and we need to be able to understand this is a continent where we have a powerful sector of youth who understand multiple different realities, and we therefore need to be able to bring about the right tools so that we can have a common understanding of future for all that is based on the countless resources available across Africa. And if we don't do this, we are only going to end up in a situation of disaster. We see the women of Africa who are trapped in these nefarious closed spaces. They have no true opportunities. We see misery, war, and the other yokes that are put on the shoulders of the people of Africa, which force them to seek their futures abroad. And this is especially the case of the young people. They would not leave these places if they had the resources for a dignified life so that they could quite simply exist. Xenophobia is spreading like wildfire across Europe. Quite simply, these are people who are fighting for their lives as any of us would do if we were pitched into the same situation. Overcoming fear. Fear is what is causing this situation of migration. We see these ramshackle boats that are often floundering in the waters of the Atlantic. And in Spain, we want to see the islands, the Canary Islands, as prison islands for these migrants. But we need to take up the helm once again for the future of Africa because of the geographical situation, its logistics, its history, its ties with Africa. The Canary Islands will play a key role. It is the ideal location for the setting up of businesses and projects that look towards Africa, overcoming old colonial ideals and coming up with a true future of there and back, the circular mobility for Africa that works for all. In Puerto Luz, in the port of Las Palmas, we have the World Food Programme, and this is clear evidence of the possibilities offered by our islands in the context of providing aid to Africa. We have many different business projects that have been set up by the public administration. The number of these projects will only but increase over the coming years. And also we see the work of the university, 35 years of commitment to Africa. They continue to consolidate these projects in academia, and it is an international hub of knowledge for Africa. At the Island Council as well, and we're proud of the fact, in Casa Africa is headquartered in our city. That is no coincidence. Our island has close relations with Africa, and in fact, populations of the north of Africa were the very first settlers of these islands, bringing their Amazigh culture. UNESCO has made Risco Caído and the Sacred Mountain of Gran Canaria a World Heritage Site, and our island has a firm commitment to ethnical plans between the Macronesian region and Africa, because we understand that development, the environment, the fight against climate change, commerce and economy can certainly be enhanced if we take a local view. 29 different routes through 19 different airports of Africa, 173,000 flights altogether. And we worked with many different airlines. Last year, we worked in Interreg projects with many different countries of Africa. Tourism, health tourism is also very important. And every year, with the University Foundation, we provide grants to young people on the island of Gran Canaria who go to train in Africa. And therefore, this makes it a nexus of business and technical relationships and human relationships between the two different cultures. And Africa has also been the recipient of 35% of the 20 million euros between 2019 and 2023 for the international solidarity funding efforts for nearly 600 direct actions on international collaboration. And this has increased threefold over the last decade. Many of these efforts have taken place in Africa, and we have a protocol of international solidarity efforts that help to fund further programs. And the university works closely with international cooperation efforts for refugees, and we have also worked alongside NGOs and town councils to set up initiatives that raise awareness of the society of Gran Canaria, of the plight of the migrants from Africa. And this is just a small contribution that helps us to bring about greater social justice, strategic visions, which are quite simply parts of the machinery of international cooperation that enable us to better use our resources so that Africa can cease to be this bird with clipped wings, and then we can really properly reach out and help all of those that live there. So thank you so much. Thank you to the government of the island. Thank you so much.
Hoy nos visitan en el...
Today, we have a great number of pupils from secondary education from IES Liceo de España with their teacher. Thank you for being with us today.
Que en el 2022 ganaron el 13º clipmetraje.
They won the clip organized by the United Nations, receiving the first prize in the category of schools. Now we are going to see this clip, which is called "Focus on the Forgotten."
Dice que te esfuerces y serás recompensado, que uno recoge el fruto de aquello que ha sembrado. Ojalá fuera así, pero no es cierto. Las cartas de este juego vienen con tu nacimiento. En la carrera de la vida unos salieron con ventaja. Las normas de este juego no permiten la revancha. Unos nacen con estrellas, otros estrellados. Es normal que no lo veas desde el lado privilegiado. Qué descaro, como miramos para otro lado. Queremos colaborar sin implicarnos demasiado. No es suficiente, cambia tu mente. En este mundo enorme vivimos tanta gente. Números y estadísticas no lo son todo. Si entiendes lo que digo, ya es un logro. No será fácil y eso lo sabemos, pero poco a poco lo lograremos. Merecemos igualdad, todos tenemos valor. En este mundo oscuro ilumina con tu amor. No son solo números, son seres humanos. Desde hoy pon el foco en los olvidados.
Muchas gracias por este magnífico vídeo.
Thank you for this beautiful clip. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to this hall of the university, where I accompany me the President of the Cabildo de Gran Canaria, the Mayor of Las Palmas City, Mr. Luis Padilla, the General Director of Relations with Africa of the Government of the Canary Islands, Tomás Lopez, the Deputy Director General of the Multilateral and Horizontal Affairs of the General Director for Africa, José Segura, Director of Casa Africa, Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellors representing several African universities, members of the consulates, teachers, professors, authorities, students of the High School Isabel de España, welcome. We are celebrating the 35th anniversary of our university. One of the events which have been scheduled is this one related to Africa, to which we want to provide a particular relevance. These are different in nature, and they coincide with the International Day of Africa, which is the 25th of May. As you can see from the name of this event, Bridge to Africa, what we want is to visibilize the recognition that we owe the African country, the African continent and the African countries. We want to look at Africa, a land which has given so much to the rest of the world, demands that its visibilization is larger. The university commits to get fantastic results. This first Bridge to Africa is an important event within the different activities we have scheduled. The importance of the subjects we will be dealing this is accredited by the 200 papers received, which include over 50 hours of working sessions. There will also be a book edited by the department of the university, which intends to disseminate the contributions of the different speakers to show that knowledge is something which has to be shared, and this is the best legacy for the future generations. The international nature of this event is substantial to our aim. Science does not know of countries because knowledge belongs to the humankind and is the torch illuminating the world. These are the words of Pascal. We will be working in 4 large axes. One is environment, the other one is health, then social and economic. The first one, as the United Nations Office in this subject has pointed out, Africa is facing serious environmental challenges such as degradation of the soil, loss of biodiversity, and extreme vulnerability to climate change. This is highly worrying as this continent has around 50% of the population of the world and most of the emblematic species in the world. So this has to be a global priority, to help this continent move towards sustainable development. Africa has fishing, minerals, agriculture. It has a very large part of the natural, renewable and not renewable resources of the world. But in order to harvest the social and economic benefits, it is required to address issues such as management and social and environmental impacts of their sustainable use. The academic study of proposals and that favor solutions is undoubtedly a valuable initiative for the next few days here in this hall. The second element we will be considering is health, including the One Health concept, which is the relationship between the health of people and the health of animals, as well as their relations with the environment and all the organisms living in it. One single health, One Health, allows us to integrate all the different fields instead of dealing with each of the fields, human, animals, or microorganisms, differently. It's obvious that 60% of the emerging infectious diseases being born in the world come from domestic and wild animals. We have discovered over 30% pathogens in the humans which are originated in animals. The importance of this holistic focus is essential because it intends to improve the global health, and it is necessary that everyone from their own abilities and capacities can work towards this event. Of course, education, in spite of all the progress, will at least be able to raise awareness amongst the society. The third axis we will be dealing with is society. We will be discussing questions such as governance, migration, gender perspective, tourism, policy, equality, LGBTI, culture, and social innovation. Africa has the largest figure of armed conflicts in the whole of the world, according to data from 2022. Most of the conflicts in the world are taking place in this continent. We have to be able to erase these armed conflicts, which are originated by either religion or ethnic considerations. We need to raise our voices in favor of justice, which is behind illegal migration and the lack of respect towards the rights of human beings, exploitation of women and children, and we have to defend in our daily comfort to stop this. Regarding economy, we will be talking about circular economy, blue economy, sustainable tourism, resilience, renovation, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The 2023 Economic Report in Africa says that African economies might be interesting partners in the supply chains with their own markets which are growing rapidly. It is essential that the continent may promote economic growth, creating employment for thousands of people, which will help to eradicate poverty and will influence to make even bigger this continent so close to the Canary Islands. These subjects that we will be dealing with in the next few days show how important it is that you are here, because we are dealing with issues which are important for all of us. The governments of the area has to understand the importance of the meetings of different universities, because they have this bottom-up focus and can cooperate with the aid of community policies which invest in both in Europe and Africa in talent. I would like to thank the commitment of Casa Africa and the Island Council of Gran Canaria. Thank you, President, for your presence and your support. I would like to thank CRUE, the Town Council of Las Palmas, the Mayor, the government of the Canary Islands. We all thank their commitment with our university in everything related to Africa. And I would also like to thank the government of Spain, because this is a common commitment to develop this project for the future, for its importance for the Canary Islands, Spain, and the world. Up to now, the university has been an essential character through teaching and training, also in knowledge transfer, in the economic development of our region, in economic cooperation by leading hundreds of projects, for instance, by training over 300 doctors for Mozambique. And now we want to become the main engine of the external action by influencing the equal development in the planet. For everything, it means we have expected the opening of Bridge to Africa enthusiastically. We welcome you all here with all our warmth. The islands are small, our hearts are big. Our work has made this possible, and this brings us closer to Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for being here. We are all together changing the world. For me, it's a great honor to open this conference.
Se me ha ido esto. Y ahora...
And now, before we hear the keynote from Toyin Falola, Building Bridges, Past, Present and Future Africa in the World, we're going to be hearing now from Khali Tourné, who's a Senegalese musician with a huge heart, and he in fact has accompanied us on so many different occasions. Khali, thank you. Over to you when you're ready.
Así es. Gracias. Gracias. Bien, a otra. Vale. Pues muchísimas gracias. Hoy
Thank you so much. You have a great percussionist. relative of Bakan Sek, one of the greatest percussionists from Senegal, and he came yesterday for the festival. So this is why we wanted percussionists, because when the wise elderlies talk, these are the griots, no, in Africa, these are the griots, who are the people who speak accompanied by the drum, which is why we have a percussionist with us today. So we're now going to try and sing a Canary Island / Senegalese lullaby, because there is this proximity, but I think it's also very important that we always try to come as close together as possible. So through our music, we shall try and do just that. Thank you.
Tosa nene, sama nene tuti ma warul joy. Simini nyo despertara, topa tosa nene, sama nene tuti ma warul joy. Esta canción le dedico a Luis Padilla. Aroro, mi niño, aroro. Burubu, bur salum nyari negla. Salum nyari negla, ñettel ba di wañu burla, bur ba buru salum, mi niño aroro, roro, mi niño aroro. A ver si le cantamos. Fácil, ¿qué le parece? Es fácil. A ver, suave. Vamos. Piripapapa. Pim, papa, piripapapa. Pim. Es fácil. Aroro, roro, mi niño, aroro. Vamos. Venga, ánimo. Aroro, mi niño, aroro.
Muchísimas gracias. Ñu nuyu. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Khalid Tiune.
Thank you very much, Khalid Tiune.
Es evidente que antes no he podido
It's obvious that I was not able to name everybody because we have here representatives of the Basque Country universities, of the Complutense University, but I would really like to name the Vice Chancellor the Vice Chancellor of the government of the Canary Island, who is present here, and also José Carlos Mauricio, who is the advisor of the Vice Chancellor for this future project. Thank you very much. We open now Bridge to Africa. And now we will hear the inaugural conference of Mr. Toyin Falola, bridging connecting the present with the past and the future.
Disculpe, la presentación va a ser en inglés. Aquellos que no tengan...
The presentation will be in English, but we have simultaneous interpretation. For those of you who are interested, please pick up your receptor at the entrance. Toyin Falola will provide the inaugural conference. He's one of the best globally known historians of the African continent. He is from Niger, but he also works in the University of Texas.
And good morning to you all. I'm very grateful to be here, and I thank those who have facilitated all aspects of the conference and my coming. Maria, thank you very much. Yaman, thank you very much. This is my second time visiting you, and this is a great university. It's full of very nice people. My memory is always about the very nice people. I went to a coffee store and I forgot my wallet. So when it's time to pay, there was no way to pay. So I told the coffee person, I forgot my wallet. He said, go. Do you want more coffee? I was touched by that. And it linked up with what we're here to do. I also noticed a culture of greeting. They greet you just like that. Anywhere you go, they greet you. Don't take that for granted, because that's not a global phenomenon. It's just an aspect of your culture. And they respect people a lot. At least I've been treated with tremendous respect everywhere, from the hotel, from the street, from the restaurant. Please don't take that for granted. Because you cannot talk about bridges without talking about the culture of the people. Because bridges are not just about official policies. It's not about politicians. The bridges that people like you and I construct, the taxi drivers, the cafe owners, are the most important in the final analysis. It is not bridges constructed by those who manage global geopolitics, which is always very messy, but bridges constructed by you and I. And it's a form of attitude. And I will give you some examples. If you go to Walmart in Houston, US, the cashier will ask you, you speak good English? What? I'm a professor. I've been speaking English since the age of 6. Do you like it here? What? Am I in a refugee camp? Where do you come from? From my mother's womb. Where else will I have come from? When are you going back? You want to deport me? Well, those kind of questions, just by a cashier in which you want to buy coffee, reflects the nature of that society. Because in treating a person as if he's from a refugee camp, the kind of bridges we are talking about is not going to happen, because that bridge will happen by the kind of treatment that I've received here, the reception that people who don't know me extend to me, the anonymity of relationship that makes us grow, both as a people and as a place. And I want to support the mission and vision of this project. From talking to those who brought me, from email exchanges, from their conversation, here is what I think they want to do and how they're defining what they want to do. They recognize that we are in an era of globalization everywhere, but they are stressing interconnectivity. And they are using the concept of the bridge for that interconnectivity. And as they map out their vision and mission, the way I understand it is that they want to promote knowledge that brings us peace, that will bring out Africa's historical significance in its current global influence and its potential to change future narratives. They are constructing bridges grounded on mutual respect for one another, as I understand them, and bridges in which relationship will be mutually beneficial. That is what I learned from the coffee drink with my colleagues. And they are thinking beyond simple academic pursuit, which is why you have the Senegalese grill. And we have to wish them well as they promote a new form of global exchanges that bring respect on both sides of the Atlantic. So let's clap for their vision, which is going to benefit all of us. There have always been bridges. There have always been bridges. The bridges promoted by the Trans-Saharan trade, bridges promoted by transatlantic slave trade, bridges promoted by the Indian Ocean trade, bridges of colonization. We all know the consequences, both negative and positive. And you and I have to redress the issues around racism. We have to address them, around exploitation and domination. And if you read the mission coming out of this university very well, part of what they want to do is to eliminate the disasters of the past and reconstruct the future that is not grounded in elimination and domination. The word, I don't read my speeches, by the way, but I've sent a speech to German. It's a long one of 30 pages, but I don't read my lectures. So we have challenges as I stand before you in Africa and elsewhere, challenges of stabilizing politics, challenges of sustainable development, global challenges around the environment. We all have to solve this together. As you found during the COVID-19, in which a virus, the disease, united all of us in the search for solution. And that COVID-19 is one example of divisions in the distribution of medicine that can promote life. We had a talk that in Africa, people will drop dead. You are going to be picking dead bodies on the floor. But in the final analysis, more Americans died more than Africans. In why that disease did not devastate Africa, you have a gap in knowledge that we have not been able to fill. And you have the misinformation in knowledge. Africans they cannot do social isolation. They don't know how to quarantine. And they came up with a Western form of knowledge, different from the African form of knowledge. Africa has been a virus culture. I was born into when the god of smallpox was raging. Africans had converted virus to gods and goddesses for centuries. We don't know that knowledge. We don't know the knowledge of vaccination, which they call incisions. We don't know that knowledge. We don't know the knowledge of quarantine, which they've used for centuries to cure leprosy, a wide range of depression and mental illnesses. We don't know that. And we do not know the African knowledge of social isolation, which they have been doing for centuries. And COVID brought forward an integral embodiment of a knowledge by itself, and the complexity of the knowledge on immune system and immunity, which had been developed centuries ago, which they revived against Ebola, revived against COVID. And the very fact that less people died in Africa requires us to interrogate many of these things. And there are ongoing innovations in technology, innovation in medicine. Herbal medicine has been revived. Innovation in older knowledge, innovation in food, and various forms of innovations that we do not talk about. You are going to contribute to sustainable development in Africa within a global context in which we are united. And there's a new phenomenon, the diaspora phenomenon, in which the number since the 1980s that migrated within and outside of Africa is approaching the 13 million number freighted away during the Atlantic slave trade. we tend to talk about migration to the West. No, we also have to talk about migration within Africa. Within this region, Middle East, 2 million Africans circulate every year. In that circulation, they are not all headed to Spain or to US. They're just doing internal circulation. And the diaspora, now classified as the sixth region, historically we define Africa as 5 regions. African Union, of which I'm a member, we've now added the diaspora as a 6th region. The infusion in a global network of Africans at home, Africans in Las Palmas and everywhere will bring transformation in a way that will make future years extremely significant. I want us to talk about this diaspora as we negotiate all these bridges, because there are now Africans within your spaces that can contribute to this exchange. I want to recommend emphasis on soft diplomacy. There is time you and I work together to reduce the number of wars. Imagine wars. The very casual belief that you can kill millions of people and get away with it. We must pay attention to soft diplomacy in films, in music, in dance, in media, in the clothes, and in the clothes that we all wear. If we spend more time and resources talking and thinking about soft diplomacy, the world will be a better place for you and I to live. And we must pay attention to African-derived theories. The theories that we now use to understand the continent is now beginning to be separate from the theories I used when I was in college and I used as a professor. In college and as a professor, we are grounded in things like the negritude. We are grounded in things like traditionalism. We are grounded in Pan-Africanism. Today, a younger generation have given us 3 powerful ideas. And in these 3 powerful ideas, they talk about cosmopolitanism. That you can leave Uganda, you can leave Nigeria and live in Las Palmas. While keeping elements of your tradition, you can quickly and powerfully imbibe notions of cosmopolitanism. You can speak Yoruba, but it doesn't stop you from drinking Las Palmas coffee. And in talking about this cosmopolitanism, you and I are becoming alike. College students are almost the same everywhere. They wear their t-shirts and jeans, and they wear the same shoes. But at the upper end, it's now a new generation that we call non-governmental individuals. When I was in school, we were talking about non-governmental organizations. Now we have to talk about non-governmental individuals, because the world has now seen a new cluster of people who are as powerful as the states. Almost like 7 billionaires in India are so powerful. 50 people so rich. 50 American universities are as rich as a number of African countries. Bill Gates is richer than Gambia. Dell, in the city where I live, is richer than Ghana. As you and I have to now deal with these non-governmental individuals, we have to rethink the theories we use. And in rethinking this theory, our challenges are not only to influence the state. We've spent considerable time influencing the state, but we now have to influence non-governmental individuals. When Dangote's a child got married in Nigeria, Bill Gates was there. They are friends now. Non-governmental individuals are friends, and we have the challenges to also talk to them. But in formulating this theory of cosmopolitanism, we have millions and millions of people who are united by the same culture, by the same food, by the same way of thinking. And second, young men have invented the theory of Afropolitanism, a very powerful tool to say that you can be born, you can be Zulu, you can be Yoruba, but you can imbibe very easily global cultures, and you can use those global cultures to transform your space. And today, they've moved forward to invent Afrofuturism. In the concept of Afrofuturism, you can be born in Las Palmas, you've never visited Ghana, but you see yourself as an African. They've integrated performance with technology, with culture, to bring dynamism into how we reimagine society. And they've said, you can be an African, even if you're a white person, because as they slice the tropes of Afrofuturism, the entire world becomes embedded in it. So in the final analysis, we're all Africans. Can you please say that? We're all Africans. Thank you.
Bueno, muy buenas a todos.
Well, good morning to one and all. Hope you're wide awake. If not, then time for a coffee break. Let's have a 15-minute break. And then we are going to have 3 sessions. We're going to have the morning sessions of 10-minute presentations to be held in this very room. For this reason, we have a timer. And also, we have in the Sala de Piedra room the Bridge to Africa conference. And then thirdly, we have a panel debate which will be held in the 26th of April room. There we'll have Therese Langley, the Executive Director, CEO of Women for Africa Foundation, with whom we work actively. And in fact, many Spanish universities are involved on this initiative. So thank you to you, Teresa. Thank you for coming. Gutierrez, the Vice Chancellor at the University of the Basque Country. And after the coffee break, I will take you up to the 26th of April room. Gonzalo, the head of internationalization of the University of Las Palmas, who's already gone for his coffee. Rosa Maria Martinez, Vice Chancellor for Internationalization, Cooperation and Development at the University of Alicante. Fatima Terol, who's over there. Technical advisor at the CPA University, the institution that helps us to develop all our mobility and international strategies. Thank you so much. Diego Barrena, Domingo, Regional Advisor for Africa. And all of you will be working together on this roundtable, this panel, which will be moderated by Ricardo Marel, who is the president of CRUE International, who cannot be with us, sadly. But we will be hearing from them on another roundtable. So therefore, you have 3 different options now. I hope that you can make the most of them. It is 11:20. We're only a few minutes over time. So therefore, we can have 15 minutes for our coffee break. And then, after the break, you can go back to here to the 26th of April room or to the Sala de Piedra room for the various different options. And we're going to also take a group photo outside. Welcome to everybody.
Bueno, señores, muy buenos días. Somos pocos, pero somos suficientes. Quiero decir, somos muy pocos, es verdad. Pero, tan solo comentar lo siguiente.
Welcome back. There are not many of us. But what we want to do now is we want to have a succession of 10-minute presentations, all of which will be recorded. So we're going to have a 50-hour recording. Brief presentations in which you will be able to talk to us about the background of all of the work that you have been doing to date.
Todo vaya correcto, o sea, esta es la primera vez que utilizamos el sistema de cronómetro, que lo tenemos aquí. Y
we have a timer, and I will give you the floor. I do have a timer here. I will try to control matters from the stage, and today we're focusing on the environment. That is the pillar that we'll focus on today. If you cannot follow the Spanish, we do have interpreters, so you can listen to us in French or in English if you so desire.
ahí ahora mismo, de los ponentes que vamos a tener ahora mismo,
I don't know if I have a list. Okay, we have Javier Aristegui, Ricardo Harun, Vicente Merellave, Baltasar Peñate, who's entering the room, Peter Han, he's entering the room as we speak, Luis Serra, Lucas Sebastián Derice, hello Lucas, Albert Roca, is with us, Albert Roca again, La Laguna Victor Martín, Gracie Perez, okay, good. You also have representing the Compostela Universities group, Istvan. And then we also have Sophie Wauquier from Paris 8 University. She's with us. The Euro-Africa CEA group, the president. Vivaika, not with us. Okay, not everybody on the list. Pepe Ferray, Ismael Ravelo, not sure if he's with us. And Mamadou Arne from the United Nations. Okay, well, let's kick off this session, regardless. Javier Aristegui is going to begin, the director of the UNESCO Chair on Marine and Coastal Sustainability at the University of Las Palmas. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to talk about this chair, one of the 5 chairs at the University of Las Palmas, university chairs.
No funciona el... ¿Ah? No. Que no me corra el... Para en el...
No lo puedo parar. ¿Tengo que? A ver. Vale.
Vale, ahora va.
A ver, ¿ahora va?
Sí.
Vale.
Ahora empezamos de 10. Bueno, las cátedras de la UNESCO y los...
Okay, the UNESCO chairs and the UniTwin programs are initiative and key priority areas, basically related to the areas of competence of the UNESCO, focusing on higher education, but not only higher education, also focusing on the SDGs, the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. The goals include many of the main challenges of the Decade of the Oceans for Sustainable Development under, as you know, the International Oceanographic Institute of UNESCO, focusing on having a better and more sustainable future. I'm sure you're aware of the Sustainable Development Goals, quality education, for example, climate action, life underwater, coastal cities and communities, 3 strategic streams. One about capacity building, training, one investigation and cooperation, research, because this is basically the way of opening up to cooperation programs with African and Latin American countries. And the third work stream focuses on scientific dissemination, which is an essential part of our program. We've tried to also focus on dissemination. This is the FIMAR fair that was organized here
Nosotros todos los años con nuestro
in the University of Las Palmas, together with the university chair and alongside all the other activities.
El primer objetivo tiene que ver con proteger y restaurar los ecosistemas.
Goals. Protecting coastal ecosystems. This is a very important part of the work that we do. Focusing on protecting, monitoring, and basically monitoring biodiversity in the marine area. This is a monitoring program, a multidisciplinary approach, particularly geology. After the eruption of the volcano on the island of La Palma and the fajanas, the coastal platforms that were created as a consequence. And this goal is to help human populations through marine, the Spanish algae bank through the BISS program. This is the development of production and processing systems for microalgae. We've also, through the University of Las Palmas, with the GeoMar Institute, which is pioneered world level, we have set up this program, experiments on artificial upwellings to be able to create more biomass. And these are major cylinders that we use to concentrate water, and then we can see how the water communities react to this. Various experiments were conducted over the course of the years, and then we took it out into the open sea using a pump divided by the University of California to pump water up from depths, 400-meter depth. And thanks to the collaboration of the Spanish vessel, we were able to pump up the water from the depths to see the effects and then to scale it up so that we can look at the various different processes involved. Third goal, tackling marine pollution using algae in bioremedial processes, using looking at microbial pollution and various different areas. Over many years, we continue to monitor the presence of microalgae across the coast of the Canary Islands. We've also conducted studies on a multidisciplinary project organized with various different universities in the Las Canteras beach, and we've also looked at noxious seaweed and algae. The blooms are increasing because of climate change. Also, the next goal is to promote systems and networks of climate change monitoring. These networks can be, for example, to monitor coastal dunes in Maspalomas, or to participate in marine management networks. In cooperation with Latin America, we've studied microalgae, monitoring various different projects on acoustic effect on cetaceans. Another interesting project is the one done with the Oceanographic Institute with GRAFMAR and the city of Las Palmas. And This consisted of developing a pilot project to reduce the carbon footprint in 4 different companies that operate on the beach of Las Canteras. The 5th goal: try to modify and improve human relationship with the ocean through information, training, and training capacity building. For example, there is a science campus, summer campus, organized by the Spanish Institute, which is done here and has been for many years, focusing particularly on students in that period before they go to university. And we have the international comparison course of the phytoplankton inter-comparison course alongside UNESCO, which is a very important program to benchmark phytoplankton growth. Another area that we've worked on is chats, talks, roundtables, panels, focusing mainly on young people. And these public debates are organized so that we can gauge the public opinion. And at a slightly higher level, we organized this workshop a few years ago. This is a European project on mitigation, negative emission technologies, which very much have fell in the past, but about reducing the concentration of carbon dioxide in the oceans through various different approaches. Forced decarbonization approaches, and we did this in collaboration with Laura Parquet, with the University of Liverpool, Geomar, Blocan, Laura Parquet. This is a fascinating workshop, and we organize various different courses internationally on various different subjects related to climate change, where we invite students from across the world. There's a prize selection process, naturally, and these courses are financed by the SCORE. So the SCORE working group really does a lot of great work, and a lot is learnt by all those involved. Next goal: transfer of scientific knowledge to lawmakers in society. And we have a strategic plan on climate change for the Island Council, coastal plans to tackle climate change. We've also developed different programs on the island of Tenerife. We're promoting also the Decade of Social Sciences, and also we've drawn up a handbook for the region of Micronesia, focusing on biodiversity. You can see a photo of the Oceanographica, the institute. This was a guide on the marine biodiversity of the Canary Islands. You can see it on the slide. Really, this is a valuable piece of work. And to conclude, who participates in our university chair? Well, professors of the university from various different departments, but also researchers, educators, students, and many people from other fora and different public and private institutions at the same time. And I would also like to give thanks to all of the contributors. It's an open program. Anybody can participate if they wish to. And here you can see a list of all the various different contributors to date. A wide range of different people covering different areas, a bunch of very enthusiastic contributors. So thank you so much. I hope I've been able to stick to my time.
Vale, si tienen alguna pregunta, encantado de contestar.
Any questions?
De todas formas, si quieren, luego podemos hablarlo más tranquilamente, que habrá más tiempo, porque he ido un...
Javier. So thank you so much, Javier. I'm going to try and push people into this, but we have 5 UNESCO chairs at the university, which is great honor for us because we are a young and mid-sized university. Now we will be hearing from our director, Ricardo Harun.
Ecoagua, perdón.
From Ecoagua, director of Ecoagua. There's a lot of activity related to the marine environment, so therefore we're going to be hearing from the university about the work being done there. Ricardo Harun, the floor is yours.
Encantado de estar aquí hoy.
Good morning, I'm delighted to be here, and I would like to congratulate the organization. I'm a part of the university, but this event somehow visualizes all the efforts of the University of Las Palmas throughout history and in relation with Africa. I would try to explain some of the developments of the EcoAqua Institute. This is more or less what I'm going to talk about. And I would like to show you some examples because we have too many things. We are 100 people at the institute, and there are some researchers who have a lot of experience. So these are basically the main lines of study: marine conservation, marine resources, aquaculture with biotechnology, artisanal fisheries, and marine spatial planning. All these two areas try to synchronize, and this is a photograph of more or less all the staff of the institute, some of them young and not so young, and they are working in these 5 different groups of research. These groups work in subjects related to aquaculture, physical oceanography, and physical processes, organization of the marine space, in the ecophysiology effects of the breathing chain. They work in microplastics and the microfauna associated to these plastics, and they also work in aspects regarding related to law applied to the sustainable management of marine resources. This is a project that we carried out in Namibia with the support of the government of Namibia, and also thanks to the Spanish Cooperation Agency. And we wanted to develop tilapia aquaculture with local products. And this is more and more important. That is, that local products are used to reduce the environmental fingerprint and also to use these products. This is a very similar project carried out in Senegal, in St. Louis. This was done for around 400 tons of tilapia, and we provided training for the staff who will continue with this project. This is another project. Modern is related to South Africa, and we were trying to adapt and know the experts of the 2 institutes in South Africa and Las Palmas in order to favor multitrophic aquaculture, that is several species at the same time being produced. And here I wanted to also highlight this particular study. These are some beaches at the south of the island of Boa Vista in Cabo Verde, where there are some buildings. But from 1994, we have noticed, thanks to some accounts with the participation of students and international researchers, and a PhD thesis related to the marine vegetation, which describe many new species. And thanks to all this, as I said, we started to develop protection measures thanks to the Cape Verde government, and this has reached this exponential increase in the nesting of turtles. At the beginning, they were around 100 nests per beach, and now they are around 1,000 nests per beach. This has happened with the turtles thanks to our work, and also thanks to the work of several local NGOs and sustainable tourism activities. A similar case is this one in Sao Tome and Principe. We did a detailed analysis of its biodiversity from the point of view of habitats and species with quite sophisticated instruments like the side-scan sonar, and we work on the microplastic pollution at the beaches. Some beaches have more effects than others, and this is quite interesting because in the Gulf of Guinea this analysis had never been done before. We collaborated with local NGOs in the island of Principe. This is another example, which is a cooperation from the social point of view, that is support to local communities, as the mayor of Las Palmas said before, because women are the main value of local economies in coastal areas. And here we were trying to cooperate together with the Korean Maritime Institute in Tanzania, in the island of Zanzibar, to improve the working conditions and the crop outputs and the marketing of the products coming from the microalgae. This has had an impact on these women. And then the work on Ghana, possibly the director of the Korean Maritime Institute will provide more details, but on Friday there will also be a presentation on this particular aspect. We have also collaborated with Ghana to improve the working conditions of the women who harvest all these products and then eventually sell it. But there are very large losses, and sometimes they have toxins that have to be eliminated throughout the elaboration process. So you will be able to learn about this on Friday morning. And in general, Eco Aqua is also has a master in marine cultures from 1997-1998. We have trained many students, around 55% Spanish, 45% foreign students, 25 Africans, 10% Americans, and 10% from other European states. And then we have also the program Erasmus Mundus, and we have 2 people from Nigeria, and then we have a doctorate program with 15% of students from Africa. And on different projects, such as the ones I have just named, as the one in Namibia, the one in Senegal, we have training courses and activities, on-site training courses, as Luis Padilla said, in order to train the local experts in these particular activities. The red color here do not show all the places where we have had collaboration projects. It's not Tanzania, for instance, but most of them are included, and they represent all the activities that the Institute has developed throughout the years. And as I have to respect the time, I should summarize now, saying that Eco Agua, on the one hand, has the marine conservation aspect, which is an important element to transfer the knowledge of a species for tourist use or for aquaculture processes. The case of tilapia, which is a very important example. We have visited Ghana because Ghana has the largest lake in the world of 500 square kilometers. It's an artificial lake, but it produces tilapia with many management problems, however, and we will probably be able to collaborate with this. And all this work intend to provide a better training to the people, and particularly to the women who are working in these local communities. And with that, I finish, and I will be able to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ricardo. Now for our third guest. So these are the researchers from the ULPGC. We're hearing from Vicente Meriabe, Canary Island honorary professor at the University of Las Palmas. He's an architect, urban designer, and he's going to talk about the maniest different projects organized through the University of Las Palmas over the last 20 odd years that he has been working with us. So over to you, Vicente.
Bueno, gracias sobre todo.
Thank you, first and foremost, to the university for inviting me to participate in this conference. I hope that it will be a great success for all. And the directors of the Earthscapes, Chindaira and Flora Pescador, thanks also to you, because you chose me as the most world-weary of all of us to talk about our projects in Africa. It's not easy, no easy task, because we've been to many different places. We have developed many research projects, but I'll try to briefly summarize them. The first was through contact with the Director General for Relations with Africa of the Canary Islands government. They invited us to participate in a forum in Agadir to talk about strategic plans. So that's when it began, the very first meeting. And then the Plan Veraga project was born from this. It was about urban planning for green corridors on an urban level, looking at the topography and the gullies that run across the city so that we could make the whole city greener. This then gave rise to a series of different projects. The first of these was the Sea Promenade in Agadir, La Corniche. This project was to take the public space, the seafront, and give it back to the people because of the hotels and the buildings had blocked off this seafront area to locals. So what we did is we created all of these various different facilities across the seafront, and basically we created a language of identity, a calligraphy of landscape, which basically helped society to reconquer this space. This project was presented at the Venice Biennale, Architecture Biennale back in 2006, and also has received various different international accolades. Third, and this relates back to Ricardo's presentation. This is a project of Cobalberga on the Batao beach in Cape Verde. Did it for the Department of Biology of the University of Las Palmas. And the goal here was to create a small, well-equipped, sustainable, self-sustaining camp that could be put up and taken down, but with ease, because it was in a national park. And as we heard from the previous speaker, there are many sea turtles found in this area. So this was our project, but sadly it was not implemented. Fourth project. This is an Interreg program, POCTFX. This was the Mabandara project for regional integration to improve the urban and strategic position of certain towns in this region, and to also strengthen the city of Agadir as a capital through 6 different strategic strands you can see on the screen. Well, let's look at this very briefly. First, we had the Botanical Garden project in Talbot. This is an old city that was destroyed by the earthquake in 1960. Secondly, mobility facilities east to west connecting the airport with the center and the tourism center of Agadir. Next, the special regeneration project for the city of Ouarzazate. The goal here was to develop a strategic aspect for urban development. Next, we had the new seafront walk in Sidi Ifni. Basically, this city was a bit jealous of what we'd previously done in Agadir, and they wanted one for themselves. And finally, the rehabilitation project for the government buildings in Sidi Ifni. These were emblematic buildings within the old Spanish city that was completely ruined, and therefore we wanted to rehabilitate this building. The fifth project was the Takatona 2 and Takatona 3 program. This was a very important step in the research projects organized by our research group, because we worked with the ITC in the Canary Islands, the Technological Institute of Canary Islands, to develop architecture and engineering that was innovative, so that we could then bring to bear cutting-edge technologies. Here it was to help with the rural nexus and to improve habitats in rural areas, smaller villages. Basically, we worked with specialists on land architecture to involve more women with the certification on the buildings of this type. And then we also introduced renewable energy so that we could better manage water, including microgrids to provide electricity to local populations. And here we worked in Tahmut and another village, small hamlets in this area. Basically, we wanted to set up a rural network of rural houses in this region.
Patrimonio existente de arquitectura de tierra.
Building on the heritage there.
Le projet présente un prototype de logement et un immeuble social avec des techniques actualisées de construction traditionnelle en architecture de terre et bioclimatique.
A partir de ese momento,
So Flora Pescadora then took up the reins on the Escapes research group, and then they began working on ISLAB, the Anthropocene laboratories, so that we could come up with global solutions to this pressing problem. So therefore, we then worked on the FFOGO program and the efficiency program organized here at the Canary Islands, so that we could have sustainable tourism through a process of island rebuilding after 2012. Be able to have emergency response plans so that we can help tourists. Next was the Climarisk project. The idea here was to promote climate mitigation because of rising sea levels or for river flooding. We can see the various different active and passive measures, different prototypes designed for this type of situation and emergencies, and to make them also self-sufficient. Here we worked in the south of Gran Canaria and on the island of San Nicolas in Cape Verde, working with Ribeira Vala and Rafal, two local populations.
Este proyecto, como ven,
you can see this project, the ITC, worked and was awarded the Iberdrola Award. We will perhaps hear more about this later.
y aprovechando que al primer ponente le sobró un minuto, lo voy a coger yo porque me va a hacer falta.
First speaker finished a minute early, so I'll use that minute for my own purposes. Last project, West Coast. Jin Taida is the leader on this project, now director of the research group. And basically it's about the problems caused by climate change. Droughts, for example, for new settlements across the coast of Mauritania, or researching marine civil engineering techniques so that we can help with the problems of river flooding in Senegal. And dozens of people participated on these various different projects. We couldn't name them all. I couldn't even put the list of all of them on this screen, but at least 3 of them are with us in the room. So thank you, Carlos, architect, professor. Paco Martinez. And the engineer who represents the coastal project. Okay, this is the case of Mauritania. Mauritania, we have 3 proposals for new settlements on the coast of Mauritania. Saint Louis, Senegal, a range of artificial islands will be built to stop the deterioration of the coast and to protect Saint Louis, which is a World Heritage Site. And I'll leave you with these final images.
Lo que están viendo es una de las posibilidades.
This is a possible option for building a new island to protect the existing coast.
De explotación agrícola, de explotación pesquera.
It could be used for fishing, farming purposes, but also to produce renewable energy.
Gracias por la atención.
Thank you so much.
Se dice pronto 22 años.
22 years in a few images. And now, Professor Vicente Mirallave, the next session is related. Sorry, we are going to start with the speakers on Africa, and we will start with Baltasar Peñate, who's head of the Water Department of the Instituto Tecnológico de Canarias.
Yes. Bonjour, good morning. Muchísimas gracias a la universidad.
Thank you very much to the University of Las Palmas for inviting me to be here, particularly to the organizing team for all the work that it takes to organizing events such as this. I don't want to make a review of 25 years of work of ITC in Africa. No, I would like to concentrate with the access to water in remote areas in Africa. And also I would like to highlight the important work in the ITC. ITC is a research center which is a landmark of the University of Las Palmas, because it was born 5 years after the university was born, and thanks to the teachers of the university, because they wanted to transfer to society the knowledge developed by the university. So these 25 years of the Instituto Tecnológico de Canarias, the ITC, has made that it is present in over 10 countries in Africa, and we want to transfer the knowledge we have regarding sustainable energies, and particularly the salination of water, of seawater. Many actions have been carried out in Africa, and I believe that we may say that we have created a bridge which doesn't just take us to Africa to make things, but also the Africans come to us to talk to us, to tell us which are their needs. This is a win-win situation. These are real facilities developed in Africa by the ITC in collaboration with the 2 universities of the islands and companies from the Canary Islands, and for instance the first desalination plant with photovoltaic energy. So the Canary Islands assembled the first system, isolated system in Africa, in a village in Africa. Then we have been able in Morocco to install a facility to provide water based on wind power. We have worked in Cape Verde and Senegal, and as Mirallave said before, we have the RESCOAS and Climabase, which are the most recent projects where we end up with physical infrastructures in Africa. We have created a brand for the knowledge economy. This is the Sun Living Lab, which is a place which is an ecosystem to bring together all the knowledge in the Canary Islands, and it brings together Morocco, Mauritania, and Senegal. And thanks to these large projects financed by Europe, such the Sal Plus, Cinco Des, etc., and then we work with universities of Cabo Verde, Mauritania, Seven Short. Here you have representatives of these universities, and we have signed an alliance to talk about water, access to energy, access to infrastructure, access to capacity building, and training of trainers in the field of desalination. This Living Lab is now almost 5 years old, and it brings together over 22 researchers, over 10 different institutes, and over 50 companies which are collaborating with us. From the webpage, you could download the memory of the results of the last 5 years. But you can see there very specific actions in Cape Verde, such as workshops, training, seminars, where thanks to the joint participation we have provided training and capacity and access to knowledge to over 1,000 people from Africa in such a way that they understand which is the reality of the Canary Islands and know exactly how to transfer this knowledge to their reality from all points of view. Also, there are physical installations as this one in Cape Verde, which has been awarded several international prizes, and it works only with photovoltaic energy. And it is important because it substituted the diesel. Diesel was the main engine of this infrastructure, but thanks to this photovoltaic panels, we have been able to install in Africa technologies that we do not use here in the Canary Islands. These isolated systems don't have scale, but they do have in Africa. So thanks to the European projects, we have been able to do this in Africa. At the same time, there is another aspect, which is the collaboration with the universities and the way we have to collaborate with the researchers and teachers of the university so that they increase their capacity and knowledge. We have transferred pilot plants of reverse osmosis, and we carry out sessions of training together with the university and the ITC. And whenever the knowledge is acquired, then real installations appear, such as plants with over 120 meters per day of production of water per day. Regarding what we have done in the last few years, in Cape Verde, the average of the cubic meter of water was 2-3 euros, but we are reducing by half this tax in such a way that the urban rate has reducing half. And then we have, of course, local training. These installations bear witness to the fact that Cape Verde technicians can increase their knowledge, and they don't need to come to the Canary Islands to train and know the technology. Another project which for us has been extremely important is the one in Mauritania, which is the points of the disembarkment areas in the traditional fishing ports. We're working in Promopetch project, which is financed with European funds, and we are providing water to this area, which is essential to avoid migration of Mauritanians, not just from here, but to Europe, from this area, but to Europe. And here they will be able to elaborate fish products, they will have the wastewater facilities, etc. And we are working with the technology, with the training for the local population. And we have a future. We have a very interesting future ahead where the ITC is sure that the knowledge transfer to Africa is essential, not just by the university, but also by the industry. And here we have several initiatives we're working at. Sometimes we're just waiting for funds without, of course, forgetting the training and the training of trainers. And we need to develop the Canary Island technology. Last week, we showed a new facility with the best energy coefficients nowadays in desalination. And everything that has to do with the reduction of environmental impact. We have to work in an Atlantic environment with as little as possible environmental impact. I have still 1 minute. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that this has been interesting for you all.
Muchísimas gracias, Baltasar. Aquí.
Thank you, Baltasar. We can see the important relationship between university, research centers, and of course knowledge transfer to the various different realities. To conclude this session of guest speakers on Africa, we have the immense fortune of having Dechon Peter Han, Peter for us. He is the representative from the Center for International Development Cooperation, the Korea Maritime Institute, KMI. This is an institution that has been working with us in one of the buildings in our campus, and we have a close relationship with them through various different projects. And those mentioned by Ricardo Harun with the Ecoagua Institute. So therefore, thank you so much to you, Peter Han. Thank you for being with us today. And thank you also for making time in your busy schedule.
Thank you so much for your introduction. Actually, before I go into my main topic, I would like to say that I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria for your 35th anniversary and your great initiative to Bridge to Africa Conference and Congress, first Congress. Based on your great outcomes for last 35 years, we hope, KMI hope, ULPGC can achieve another great outcome in the future as well. I prepared the topic of Ocean and Fisheries International Cooperation among Spain, Gran Canaria, Africa, and Korea. Before I touch upon my main topic, for those of you who might not know about KMI, I briefly touch upon KMI, and then after I will go into my main topic. KMI is government-funded research institute established under the Korean Prime Minister's office. And actually, we are a research institute to develop policies regarding ocean and fisheries. So fisheries and aquaculture, marine environment, and maritime and shipping, and logistics, and port and harbor, and ocean and fisheries ODAs. We have a great affiliation with the international organizations and the world-renowned organizations as well. We have a Center for International Development Cooperation, which is designated by Korean Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries MOF as a special agency to implement and then support maintenance and administration to Korean MOF's ODA project. In this year, we have 40 projects, about 40 million US dollars. So as a specialized institute, we support to that implementation of the project. And in the tables, you can see we have some affiliation with the African countries. Each year, we have an international cooperation conference on oceans and fisheries. The aim is to develop some cooperative agenda. So we had a conference in Kenya or other areas, and also we have IU training and management programs with Kenya. And Senegal, we have an education program to educate the seafarer in the future. And also, like Professor Ricardo Harun talked about, we have a Ghana fisherwoman processing and distribution capacity building programs as well. This is current program, all the other is already completed. I would like to highlight this part because some relationship between Korea and then Canary Island started from 1966. A Korean fishing vessel arrived at the port of Las Palmas in 1966, and they started to operate the fishing operation nearby West and South Africa. At that time, as many of you might know, Korea was very poor, so they make money and send to Korea. We feel really thankful for their activities because it's seeding money for Korea's economic development. So, and they have a very good relationship with the Espanol community over here. So based on this kind of operation, we kind of felt some legacy about some cooperative spirit and activities with Africa and Canary Island and Korea. Just talking about the relationship with the ULPGC and the KMI, we made the MOU in 2013, and after that we established the Center for International Cooperation on Oceans and Fisheries. We call it SEI MARPE in San Cristobal campus in ULPGC, and I was dispatched to this the SEI MARPE as a director for 2 years. And while I'm staying here in 2016 to 2018, we had a good relationship with the university, but as well, we had a Senegal education program for education for seafarers in the future about that. And last year, we renewed the MOU, and this year and last year, Professor Harun participated in the demand survey research for Ghana Fisherwoman project, and just last month, we had the first capacity building workshop in Ghana. It was very successful. This is just a picture about just 10 years ago. It's an inaugural ceremony about and then signing ceremony about first MOU between KMI and ULPGC. And this is some picture for the forum. And we had a joint activities, research activities at the time. And based on that, all the research result, we released some African fisheries regulation the books. And this is a Senegal education program. At the time, this was Korea ODA program, and it was started from 2015 and up to 2020. We transferred the fishing vessel for their training vessel, and then we provided some education in navigation and engines, and also electronic devices and international regulation for the safety navigation. We invited some Espanol experts to here, and also Korean Espanol experts was participated in this program. For the current cooperation program, I would like to not just highlight this one, but in the future, Korean government have some plan to establish and then start for support the fishing port and fishing villages on the Africa countries. And two things is important: the hardware as a hardware infrastructure is important. Also, education to control and maintaining the infrastructure is important. So, based on that outcomes, we implemented some feasibility study for fishing port in Senegal. It is going very well. Maybe next year we will start this program. So I think I'm talking about the current program, but in the future we hope to invite some experts from the Gran Canaria over here. And this is current program, Ghana Fisherwoman Project. And as you might know, the fishing activities is mainly implemented by men in West Africa, especially in Ghana. But after landing of fisheries, over 90% of the fisheries was processed by women over there. So Ghana government requested the Korean government that they need some kind of capacity building program, including the renovation of smoking facilities to save the post-harvest loss of their fisheries. So we think this is a very important program. So while we are implementing this program, we invited to Eco Aqua researchers and professors from ULPGC, and thanks to their support, very good support, we are going very well at this moment. So this is some pictures of our meetings and over there, and this is a picture of the first capacity building program. I talked to you. It was happened last month, April 2024, and it was very successful. We invited all the 6 Ghana Fisherwoman Association people, and then the nearly 60 people participated, and we have a very good interaction each other. So we think this is a very good program, and then participating by the Spain experts and Korean experts, also Ghana experts as well. For the future directions, I would like to highlight that I think that ULPGC has been a great role as a bridge to Africa. So in future, if Korean government or KMI can make some new project regarding African countries, we hope that you still play important part as a bridge to Africa. That means some experts from ULPGC and all other institutes from Gran Canaria and Canary Islands can participate. So my final announcement is that next month, June 5th, we will have an international cooperation conference in Korea, because African countries and Korea will have a summit meeting in June 4th. So by using that opportunity, we will have a conference. So during this conference, there will be a lot of new cooperative agenda between Korea and then Africa. If we can develop new agenda, very good agenda, then we can continue to work on that. But after it is approved by some Korean authorities, then we hope that we open to Spain side and then cooperate together to make this program as a very consolidated program. So I think I almost meet the time. So thank you so much for your attention, and muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Eso es precisión asiática.
This is Asiatic precision. Now we're going to move on to the next section, which is Networks on Africa. We have to thank Professor Santana for this section. First of all, we are going to our Vice Chancellor will have the word, and this will be absorbed in the Bridge to Africa. Vice Chancellor, you have the word.
Muchas gracias, Jim, Taira.
Thank you, Jim, Daira, and your whole team for your excellent organization. For me, it's a great pleasure to be with you, sharing experiences and networks with other universities, such as the University of Valladolid, the University of La Laguna, the University of Barcelona, RTU, Paris 8, the Africa Center, and several NGOs. Here, in this Bridge to Africa conference, is the right moment. Shall I speak Spanish or shall I speak English? As I said, within this event of Bridge to Africa, this seems to be the right moment to organize a network of universities of Las the universities of Micronesia and Africa. This, in fact, was formed in 2017 when a meeting of several universities were met here. That was the Madeira, La Laguna, Las Palmas, Azores, Jean Piaget in Cape Verde, the University of Cape Verde, the National University of Equatorial Guinea, the University of Technical and Technologies of Bamako in Mali, the University of Agadir, the University of Saint Pierre in Morocco, the University of Nouakchott in Mauritania, Azira, and the University Jesense of Singapore in Senegal, and the University of Saint Louis in Senegal. Many representatives of these universities are present here today, and in that meeting it was agreed to create the UNWAM2 network to provide importance to the territorial where these universities are, and to transfer to the rest of the universities of the world that the institutions where we're working are a benchmark, a competitive benchmark in many different aspects. We are the object of different specific calls, such as the MAC projects of the European Commission. So being aware of being part of diverse countries, but with a common objective and very close geographically, we decided to create this network to concentrate our effort that from the academia wants to affirm our activity in Europe and Africa. And we want to provide importance geostrategically to the Macaronesia and Western Africa, because somehow we are the bridge between the two continents, Europe and Africa, and we wanted to provide a presence to the rest of the world. ULPGC, this university, has been in different meetings in Agadir, in Nouakchott, and after the pandemic, during which, in fact, we held a virtual conference in December 2021. We had a virtual meeting organized by our university where we designed several future strategies to continue our work, promoting mobility between the universities of the net within the 21-27 Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. From then, we have projected different projects, successful projects with Africa, like the host one with Equatorial Guinea, which is part of the now part of the Europa Leader project, which intends to train leaders, young leaders, for the development of a changing world, and it integrates several universities of our network. After constituting this network, several other universities have joined, such as Al-Maikalabi University, Cotonou, Sidi Benghala, the Fes, Morocco, and the Al-Kajan Difran from Morocco, the other one from Senegal, one from Congo, and also one university from Togo. Within the context of this bridge to Africa, our aim is to promote the development of UAM and to promote all our relationships, taking advantage, as I said, of the presence of several members of the network and of many other universities of the area. And we would really encourage them to join us to create synergies which will allow us to reaffirm our reason to exist, and so that we can help the different parts to face the challenges of the global world. The experience we have acquired in the UNWAN network will help us to create trust relationships through the new center, Bridge to Africa, which starts today during this event. It is difficult to imagine Bridge to Africa as we are actually introducing it now. the maturity or maturation of this net will come in the next few days, but what we want is to establish a joint area, a focus point to use the synergies of the dozens of networks which exist in Europe, and we think this framework that the Canary Islands offer have a focus point for developing projects and initiatives which are oriented to the African continent. We expect this to be the future, and we would like you to have fruitful meetings in the next few days to consolidate this particular network. And we would like to highlight the importance of our universities as engines of our societies. And we are convinced of our main role because we come both from Africa and Europe. So far, we have concentrated in training and teaching by bringing the human capital from Africa. And this establishes incredibly important alliances with Africa. Eventually, we started research with these countries, and we have seen how the transfer of knowledge is working very well. As for instance, within the framework of the ITC, we have cooperated from this university, for instance, by leading hundreds of projects in the area of cooperation. But I believe that we should take the leap now. A leap to a different level of reflection, so that everything which is said, everything which is consolidated here is a guide for the international policies of the African continent. The success of this network, which will not be the success of this university, but the success of Africa and of everybody, is at stake. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would love to clarify any aspects you want me to clarify, and I will be delighted to participate in any debate. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Rector.
Thank you to the Chancellor. We hope that these dreams come true. Thank you. Next guest is Luis Sebastián Erice, representing University of Valladolid. He's going to talk about the African Studies Observatory, UVA Africa, University of Valladolid. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning. And thank you to the organizers. Thank you for inviting us. As an observer, well, I don't have an accent from Valladolid. My name is Mr. Erice. I am a professor of international relations at the University of La Laguna. One of the great things about the observatory that I'm going to talk about is that it's interdisciplinary, but also inter-university. It's based in Valladolid, but we have researchers and activists from universities across Spain, but also from Portugal and African universities too. So the HQ is at Valladolid, but as I said, we conduct activities across Spain, Portugal, and in some African university. We're a young research group. We're actually young physically. And the average age is in the 20s. It's a group of young researchers in the very first stage of the academic career. And also, there's a major multidisciplinary aspect. I am a professor of law, but we have people from history of art, from architecture, medicine, archaeology. When we get together and have meetings and chat together, we add this value to the group from the various different disciplines. 4 areas that we work on. First, research. But more than just researching, pooling our research on African studies in the universities that we belong to. Second, teaching, and beyond teaching, thinking about how we teach, how our university curricula focus on Africa. And, well, often some of you are surprised how little we speak about Africa. I, as a law professor at the University of La Laguna in the Canary Islands, only a fraction of the work we did over the 4 years degree course is focused on Africa. Well, we should focus on so much more. Next, dissemination, outreach on African studies. And the fourth goal is what we're doing here today, dialogue, and pooling our research and networking. Now, I don't think I want to take up all of these 10 minutes, and some of the activities that we organize are workshops on Africa with thematic seminars. For example, the seminar on the history of specific countries. We have a seminar also that we have organized on various occasions on gender. And in Valladolid also we organize more local activities. We designed workshops for schools and high schools in Valladolid, educational programs that can be adapted to any school. Another project that we've organized is analyzing national press to see how the national media outlets talk about Africa. And then finally, this is where I involve personally, an international conference of young researchers on Africa that we have organized already 3 times. This is an extremely interesting forum because those of us who work in academia always talk about the same subjects within our ivory tower, but if we have this outreach, then we can have a fresh take from the outside, which is also very interesting for all concerned. And also, we're working on teaching innovation approaches. We have one that is funded by the University of Valladolid. And on this area, we're working on enhancing teaching so that African studies can occupy a greater place. Therefore, we're training up teachers so that they can dispel the prejudices that we have on Africa. And so, therefore, we're studying African studies as they're taught at present in Spanish and Portuguese in universities so that we can therefore know better where African studies are more widely taught, where are the gaps and what can we do. So this is part of the work that we do, and in fact this is why I'm here today. I would like to invite you to the very first African Studies event in Spanish universities. It will be on the 16th of June. It will be online. Albert Roca will be there. I don't know him personally, but he will be taking part. And then within this event, certain professors will talk about what they're doing at their universities, but we'll also have a more open part of the event where people can talk about their personal experiences. So if anybody who works in the university network, you are invited. University HQ is in Valladolid, but as I said, we work in Spain, Portugal, and elsewhere. So, like, I didn't want to take up too much of your time. I'll stop there. But in the lunch break, if you have any questions, then feel free to come and ask. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Lucas.
Thank you, Lucas. Now, Albert, come, please, because there will be a small change here. The GEA group from Madrid will not make its presentation today, but tomorrow. And Albert Roca, however, will do a double presentation, first presenting the Intercultural African Studies group. I don't know exactly how he's going to do this. I had it as a center. I'm not sure how it should be called. Hello. Thank you. Sorry to talk to you for 20 minutes. This is logistics. And yes, there are 2 different experiences. And I'm going to start with GESA. Since I work on Africa, that is from the 1980s, when I was about to take my degree, I have been involved within the university to what became a study group. We tried to create a university institute. We couldn't, so we settled for the study group. And then, as we couldn't do the institute, we decided to form this association, which was a university association. And I have been in both places with working harder in both places. I'm the president of the Center for African Studies. So I'm going to talk first about the study group of African societies. This is a very open university students group. It's been working at the University of Barcelona informally, and then from 2009 with a formal role and financed partially by the government of Catalonia. This group has members of different universities, because you have introduced us in the program as Networks on Africa, and it is not true. We are basically Africanist network. Anyway, it's very difficult to talk about what we have done, but I should say that this used to be called the Network of Research and Training in Africa. We had dozens of projects being financed under the headings of R&D. Now we are part of a wider group with economists, anthropologists, etc., etc. And what we want is to continue doing this if needed.
We've also worked a great deal on teaching. One of the most visible elements of our evolution in recent years in our studies has been the introduction to this aspect. In fact, we need to talk to Valladolid about this, because it would be great to be able to talk to them about this. One of the areas that we've made headwork on in the African Studies groups is that we've been able to expand it across the board. So therefore we are including more and more professors covering different areas. The history of Africa, for example, many professors will be focusing on that. And then we had this parachute, who was a general purpose person working at the University of Barcelona, but at the same time we had many different universities providing studies on Africa. And also in the Autonomous University of Madrid, Malaga as well, many different places are also showing an interest. So basically it means that we're going to begin to cover our bases. So a message that I think would be important for you, César, if we look at teaching, the most ambitious thing that we've done is the organization of a master's degrees, because we thought there would be a simple collaboration approach, a master's alongside African universities. Jointly design a master's degree, and this is something that we did with the Cheikh Diop University from Dakar, the Cameroon University, and Tananarivo in Madagascar as well. And, well, for many French-speaking countries, and many of them, and 5 Catalonian universities. So we had a master's degree in Catalonia with teachers from across the whole of Spain, and then 3 master's degree in Africa for over 4 years. And then this ended because the master's degree ended in Spain with 19 enrolled students. That was in 2014. When they closed the course. I don't know if you can remember what happened back in 2015. Well, they simply shut up shop. They said we cannot invest in this because this was an online master's degree. The investment fell away. This was a really tough moment for all of us. In the University of in Catalonia, it was a tough lesson for all of us, but we did learn, I think. We had the Compostela group in Brussels as well, because this is a pioneering approach, and I think that the problem is that the wrong agreements were, wrong decisions were made. And in fact, we can talk about this later. This is an Iberian Congress on African Studies. And GESA and ELSER also played a fundamental role in the organization of these African studies. The very first edition was 20 years ago, and it was very experimental, and it was organized in Madrid. And it was done in Madrid, but basically it was about two professors, one from the University of Lisbon and Ferran Inestra from the University of Barcelona. These two built a bridge, and then we had someone, Mr. Negrin, who's working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he connected up the bridge. He said, let's do it here in Madrid. 10 years later, there was a process of consolidation in Lisbon. It is consolidated, and then the Congress is a 2-yearly biennial Congress for strategic reasons. And there are many great qualities. Basically, it brings together academic worlds that were historically separate, Spanish and Portuguese, incredibly. We never really worked together. And in the area of African studies, and studies on African societies, there's a huge difference here because Portugal was leading the field because they had a traumatic end to their empire. But they did look back on their recent history. The 25th of April, that was the revolution of the Carnations, which you all know about. This is a key moment for Portugal and for its African history. Therefore, Portuguese centers of knowledge really had been studying Africa in a way that we did not do in Spain in the past. So this is a congress that has really created a lot of good work. Young researchers from Spain have gone to Portugal and vice versa. And I will conclude here. This is something that we tried to do at the very outset. We wanted to create a network of African studies across the whole of the Iberian Peninsula, including all of those people who work for both Spanish and Portuguese institutions. There's no condition if you want to participate. Quite simply, the idea is to work jointly and using the program as a pivot between Spain and Portugal. It's open to everybody in the world, really. So this was a network that was established, and then in Granada we organized 2 conferences. And then in Lisboa, they agreed by acclamation that they would organize a next conference. So I would therefore ask you all to participate in that conference because it shows the great work that's being done from HQ and Valladolid. We're creating this space for synergy, for people to work together. And this is a conference that really helps us to better understand our potential and our limitations. So I would invite you all to take a look at this. Is a online proposal. There's a proposal for a conference, and on 31st of May as well. But you can come up with other proposals that are not necessarily panels. No? You can send in communications. No, there's all kinds of things. No, so. We want to bring in people from social sciences, from the health sciences. We want people from technology as well, because there is a clear mutual need for support. This is a forum that I think that really would be a great opportunity for us to be able to share all that we can. There is one key feature of this double life that I lead. Essentially, at the outset, we were very clear that we knew nothing about Africa. I've been doing this now for 30 years, working on Africa. And this really was very evident. So therefore, we began to look towards Africa for many different reasons. But as you know, we have forgotten about our colonial past. But it's voluntary. The Spanish government wanted to forget about its African colonial past. I began studying in 1970, 2 years before the independence of the Equatorial Guinea. And in our textbooks, there was no mention of Equatorial Guinea. Quite simply, this was rubbed out from our history books. I only learnt about this at a later date. I knew nothing about Equatorial Guinea. And at this time, we had very few people arriving to Spain from Africa. I live in Lleida, in the middle of Spain, so I saw no people from Africa. So our first approach towards Africa was not based on established university relationships. I go to university and I'm given a grant, a doctoral grant. My aim was not so much to go to Africa, it was about to learn about Africa and learn from Africa. What could Africa teach me? Then I went to Madagascar. My mentor was a Malagasy professor. And then this is someone who sponsored me from the outset, and now is a doctor honoris causa at the University of Lerida. Really, a large part of what I am as a teacher, as an activist, and as a person, I owe to this continuous learning process that came to me from Africa. And this is what we try to channel through our networks. So, the idea of two-way knowledge transfer is something that I am very keen on, because when we talk about Africa, we need to have a two-way knowledge transfer, because in the past, I think you've been devoured by the one-way stream of information. So what we did to begin with was to create an Institute of African Studies. We couldn't do this because it was not practicable. And then we created a non-profit organization. And this non-profit had two functions: support African studies, and secondly, to provide education on development and awareness raising and lobbying activities across various different fields. And this is an institute that worked closely with university. There is a rather rare cooperation between cooperation and universities, academic cooperation, the production of knowledge based on experiment and experience. It is a very complex equation that we're talking about here. This is our approach from the outset. And many members of the GEA here were academics, and quite simply, again, it was about building bridges. What we wanted was this two-way flow of knowledge. We wanted to be able to channel it through the GEA, the African Studies Group. And I could give you some examples of this. A recent example. We are now organizing specific weeks on African studies when this didn't exist in the past in Spain. Therefore, we had professors from Africa, France, Portugal, and it was a roaring success. And in the past, African studies, when no credits were provided for this, the classes were closed. And anthropology centers also closed up classrooms, but they managed to eventually provide training on African studies. And one of the most recent programs organized by the GEA group of African Studies was young people connecting up with Africa. So what this is about? Well, it's about bringing in Africans, young Africans from the African diaspora, people who are already actively working in the labor market, and it's about connecting up with moral authorities, scientific authorities, to provide greater knowledge on their own countries. Now, the reason that we did this was because there was a great demand, because there is a break between the communities of the diaspora in Catalonia, the diaspora that comes from Senegal, whose culture origins are from Senegal, but there is this schism between the original cultural knowledge and the communities that they're creating now in Catalonia, and therefore we see these people as people who have changed. These grandchildren of people who migrated here. So basically we're doing this in an area within Catalonia near Lerida, talking about a very different society there, and then with Barcelona. And basically the reference country here is Senegal. So this is a pilot program on the culture of origin. So basically we came together with these young students, we had a brainstorming session to find out exactly what they thought, what were they interested in, and then from there on we decided to look for specific people in Senegal where we could then organize these two-way classes, and this was a very successful program as well. Obviously these people in Senegal were teachers from schools, university professors, activists as well. And the response was very positive. And I think that there's a very important element here, the fact that we've been able to work with universities, with African establishments, but basically we have been working with important groups of society, and going back to the 80s and 90s, groups of immigrants in Europe. And I think that really they have lost a bit of their social weight. And the reason behind this is, well, changing policies. Therefore, in our group we had 2 people working as liaisons to be able to ease the work. Now we have people who are working in nursing, medicine, and this person is also extremely involved in this particular program that we're working on. I think that this is a shining example of what we're doing in our work group. And this is how I've been able to maintain this double life that I spoke about earlier. I've had moments of great activity, but also moments of calm. But it's always been personally satisfying on an academic level, yes, but also this group, the GA group, came about because of an idea, the idea of partnerships of knowledge, because it's basically about seeking out alliances for the transmission of knowledge. There's a push and pull idea here. Now we're talking about different epistemologies, but basically at the end of the day we're talking about an alliance. We're not talking about mergers here, we're talking about partnering up. And therefore we are working with the CEA, and we're working with all of the members of the African diaspora in our region, because we want to be able to listen to their concerns and provide the right kind of response. And there ends my presentation. If you have any questions, then, well, feel free to seek me out and ask me. And also I'd like to invite you to the conference. It's an academic conference, but also beyond that, we want to be able to involve everybody that has some kind of relationship with Africa. It's about bringing together people related to Africa in one single place, and we think that it could be of great use to all of you. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Albert. And now we give the floor to the University of La Laguna to present their African Studies group. It will be Gracie Perez who will do this presentation. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the University of Las Palmas and the organizers of this event for bringing me here. I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor of the University of La Laguna, also the one in charge of international relations, for giving us the opportunity to be here. Also, we would like to thank Victor Martin, who is the director of the African Studies Group, but he has been unable to be here. And he is now in charge for the Africa International Day. Anyway, so I will try to do as much as possible from my position. Here we have one of the previous directors of the African Studies Group. We have had a long trajectory. We were born at the beginning of the 90s and relaunched in the 2000s. And our objective was always, in spite of all the problems, to focus through diffusion and research, knowing the continent of Africa, of which we are a part. This research has been done from environmental, social, cultural, and many other scientific areas. We have tried to act as a bridge between this side of the African world and the other, the continental side of Africa. Recently, we have been working together with all the people who are arriving to our coast, and we are collaborating with them, for them, and from them in common projects. We are a center that, as most African studies groups, is multidisciplinary, is made up by teachers of arts, anthropology, economy, education, philosophy, many different areas of knowledge. And from all of these areas of knowledge, I'm working in collaboration with all kinds of associations and with a fabric which falls beyond the university. We work together with the communities. We have worked in different lines during the years. We have worked in research projects and cooperation projects, and we have tried to develop masters, for instance, to address African things from any single perspective. We have been working with the mobility of students and teachers, so that the teachers of the University of La Laguna may attend the universities of Africa and the other way around. And we have been also working with a curriculum, and we have held workshops, seminars, and we have introduced subjects into our syllabus, so that there is a different version about Africa, which is different to the one we see in the news and in the media, which represent a tiny part of the continent. We have a permanent workshop on Africa. It's been held for many, many years. We also celebrate the International Africa Day within the campus of our university with different acts and events. And during the last few years, there has been a very active participation by the African groups living here in the islands. We participate in conferences, workshops, seminars, and also we participate in publications, both as teachers and students. And we are opening beyond the university from a point of view which is formal. That is, we are trying to change our regulations so that there are people in our group which are not just a part of the university community, but people from outside the university community, but can come and work with us. We have also recently, in 2023, installed a Minecraft ship in the campus of the university, which, however, was burned in February this year, and we are now working again to try and and provide a stage for the African migration in our university. And we are trying to also work in other areas which are not so visible for the general public. We are trying to collaborate with the immigrant schools, and we are carrying out artistic collaborations with students from the arts faculty. What we are trying to do is to promote actions in favor of peace, not only within Tenerife, but also at a global level, trying to highlight the role of the university, in this particular case, the University of La Laguna, at the time of generating a critical opinion with respect to so many things as is happening nowadays. That is why we are trying to provide guidance through the law faculty to different communities, which are vulnerable communities, taking into account the reality where we are living, for all those people who are who have just arrived as migrants and they need information to solve the situations where they are involved at the moment. We are also working with those projects which help to determine the biological age of the minors arriving in the islands, because they sometimes are left out of the child protection schemes because we are used to our Western views, and we use measurements which have nothing to do with the measurements of the people in Africa, and we try to help to understand what an African minor is and what his measurements should be. We are also working with many students to try and implement actions that they themselves project. And the idea is to try to help them to adapt to the educational environment. We are used to the Erasmus students coming from Europe have initiative, they are welcome, and so on and so forth, but this does not happen with the students coming from Africa. So, in summary, we understand that the African Studies Center has the aim to go beyond the academia, to work with the community, to work with the residents, to work with the transient people, to learn what this continent, which is Africa, can tell us and can teach us. Our work during the last few years has been, and I hope it will continue being, to learn, to teach. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Gracie. You've done it very well, because I had forgotten to activate the clock. Now, we have Itzvan Tarossi. He will have a second presentation tomorrow, but today he is representing the Executive Committee of the Compostela Group of Universities. He will talk to us about those aspects which are directly linked to Africa. Thank you very much.
Buenos dias, bonjour, good afternoon to all of you. Thanks to Rector USC.
Muchas gracias.
To Vice Rector Jean Tyra for the invitation and the opportunity to present the Compostela Group of Universities, and also big congratulations on your achievements of the first 35 years here at this university, as well as for this marvelous initiatives, Bridge to Africa. A wholehearted greetings and words of thanks from the President of the Compostela Group of Universities, Dr. Carla Martins, and the Executive Committee. I'm also a proud member of. And yes, as it was mentioned, I'm a professor of African Studies, and tomorrow we'll talk about some research and outreach activities of ours in Hungary. But today I would like to present to you the Compostela Group of Universities, which seeks for expansion, especially from Africa, from the African continent, but also in terms of institutional achievements and willingness to come and contribute more about African studies and Africa-related research. Who are we? Actually, this year we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the foundation of the group, which is certainly one of the most fundamental European and global alliances of universities across, the landscape of global education as well as global higher education, and certainly because of its very transparent and very successful achievements over the past 30 years, in 2020 it became an association of public benefit, and it was in the Spanish regulatory framework, Spanish law, named like that. How was it founded? Actually, in 1987, the Council of Europe recognized the first cultural route, El Camino de Santiago, and a couple of years later, connected with that, in 1994, the university in Santiago de Compostela invited several European universities first to join efforts and strengths and basically to come along the very diverse network of the Santiago de Compostela and basically to come together to form a collaborative academic research context. Here in this map you can see the membership, which ranges of course beyond borders, and we have 64 universities in 21 countries, 2 associated members, and then 8 collaborative members, which shows you right away that there are 3 categories you can be part of, you can join the group in or with. And as I told you, one of the most influential global higher education networks, I think, as of today, but certainly in Spain, one of the most determining such networks, or from Spain, across the Spanish higher education landscape. These are the members from the Americas and from Europe, and we would like to expand our relationships and collaborations all around. On the web.compostela.org, you can find the exact list of these 64 universities if you're interested. So what we are doing actually, and this is the mission and vision, of course, cooperation, very much focused on quality and innovation, and very much looking into what culture might offer to us, which was also mentioned in the keynote, in terms of encounters, in terms of meeting up and basically exchanging, and then therefore using that fertile ground to build bridges amongst ourselves. So therefore the transmission of culture with a specific focus on the Camino de Santiago, but not of course solely connected with that, but looking beyond basically. Sustainable, democratic and cohesive society contributions, that's what we are looking for. This is the new executive committee, and Jean Tyra is also a member of that. This photograph was taken last time when we formed the new executive committee, and basically the presidency has a new revitalizing program, as you see, with those thematic axes: excellence in regular activities, which I'm going to show you in a minute briefly, then communication and identity connected with the 30th anniversary of the Compostela Group, sustainable and strategic growth of the network, which would include obviously looking around the globe and with a specific and special focus on the African continent to become an even more strategic global actor, and basically coming up with projects that would sustain our alliance. These are the regular activities. Of course, as universities all across, we foster mobilities. We also run our own CGO mobility schemes. This is the Stella for Staff and the Stella Junior, which is available for the members of the group beyond the Erasmus, beyond anything existing. This is basically a CGU framework of mobilities, which is very popular over the past 30 years. Training activities, the Compostela Debate Academy, training courses focusing on soft skills, as well as research pitches contest for young researchers all around the membership. Society and culture related, we have the International Prize Grupo Compostela Xunta de Galicia, which is a very prestigious international award. As you see, when you check out the president as well as the prize holders of the past many years, you will see the very prestige of this prize and title. And of course, we would like to foster collaboration with a lot of similar associations, and we would like to foster more collaboration within the network. The Impulsa program, which looks basically upon this, would like to embrace more and more collaborative efforts beyond the Compostela group as of present, and would like to connect, of course, others across the continents.
The Compostela Academy on the Camino, Solidarity, Citizenship and Knowledge Transmission has already resulted in a lot of important achievements, which of course also would result in volumes, publications, scientific and cultural publications of this kind. As you see, a list of collections focusing on the Santiago European issues as well as the prize itself. Other European projects the Compostela Group has been collaborating with and participating in, obviously using the existing frames, as I've already mentioned, of the Erasmus Plus schemes and many others, which of course would invite other collaborative partnerships, not just as full members, but also as associated partners and other collaborative entities. And let's not forget that this is the 30th year of existence, and that's the reason why we are, with full throttle, are at the very attention of celebrating the 30 years, the first 30 years, and that will take place in Lima, Peru, in June, early June, and the conference that will be also an adjacent activity, part of that, celebrative kind of context, would be looking at the role of universities in an era of disruption and innovation at the same time. So how universities can come up with innovative ideas to deal with the global challenges that surmount all around the globe. So basically, if you're interested, we would be loving to hear back from you, and any university collaborations are more than welcome. We would like you to join our group, and basically we would look forward to collaborating with any of you in the future. If you have questions later on, I am at your disposal, and then thank you very much for your attention.
Already there are some people that they wanted to ask you several things anyway. You are already successful here. Okay, it's time for Sophie Gautier, Alianza ERUA. La Universidad de Las Palmas forma parte de la Alianza Europea ERUA. Solamente el 10% de las universidades europeas forman parte de este programa que busca encontrar cómo va a ser el futuro de las universidades. Esta alianza en la que forma parte de la Universidad de Las Palmas está liderada por París 8 y tenemos con nosotros a su representante, vicerrectora de internacionalización, Sophie, muchísimas gracias.
Bonjour à toutes.
Good morning to all. I will be speaking French. EIUA is a multilingual, multicultural university, and I would like to give thanks in particular to the interpreters who are excellent, doing excellent work. I'm a linguist and I'm enjoying very much listening to them. I would like to thank Luis Serran, the Chancellor of Las Palmas. I'd like to thank Jin also for inviting EIUA to take part in Bridge to Africa. As we said earlier, Africa represents the youth of the world and is therefore also the future of the world. And Europe is very aware of this, and therefore bridges to the south, to Africa, but also to South America, the youth of the world and youth of the Middle East are also hot topics at present in Europe. So European university is one of the levers for European policy, and they help us to think about how Europe is structuring its approaches to the rest of the world. And the EIUA, it's a pilot initiative which was initially supported for a period of 3 years, seeking to create this network of European universities from 2019 onwards. At the outset, Paris 8 then worked on this initiative with 5 partners. So we have the University of Roskilde, Constance, the GNC, and the new Bulgarian University. It is a university, as you've seen in the acronym, the European Reform University Alliance. Therefore, it is an alliance that is founded on the idea of promoting reformist approaches, critical approaches, experimental approaches, focused on the needs of our students. And therefore, it focuses a lot on experimental approaches. And the EIUA Alliance has also since grown. We have taken on new partners, but essentially it is SHH universities connecting to others, Las Palmas and the University of the Aegean Sea, which enables us to then work on the way that SSH can be coordinated with other disciplines, so that there's this mutual two-way street where we can create new methods and practices by working together. So therefore, we take an innovative teaching and pedagogical approach. It is a multilingual and a multicultural approach. And the idea is also to offer our students in the social sciences and with cultural backgrounds, we're offering them different ways of understanding the world through mobility programs, which helps students, regardless of their origins, to benefit from Europe, to be able to open up to different languages and also a greater cultural diversity. And we work on research excellence as well, focusing on open science. We take a bottom-up approach, and we also take an approach that is linked to experimentation and action research. So, as I've said, we center on the social sciences, but also on their relationship with other disciplines. And also we look at the impact of research and the impact of social sciences and disciplines on society and on societal settings. So this is a SWAF-S project, Science With and for Society, on the H2020 funding program, and essentially the idea was to create this idea of research. We don't actually finance research as such. The Erasmus doesn't, and therefore for universities, this is one of the issues for the future of European universities. We need to find out how to be able to obtain funds so that we can connect the research and training dimensions. So the idea, therefore, was to promote the same point of view. It is a critical and experimental approach. We need to include social inclusion, social commitment, the defense of European values. We wanted to be able to include all of this in the research. So the ERUA project, which will draw to an end in September 2024, is structured around this research approach. And the project, or the initiative as such, we now call it a project, but it began with an initiative to create new structures. Then with the arrival of new partners, so we have the University of Las Palmas, we have the University of Viadrina in Germany, University in Italy, we have University in Lithuania, and the Social Sciences and Humanities University in Poland. So we have, together our new partners, redesigned the idea of reform and critical thinking with a new statement, but this essentially talks about the idea of reform, of social engagement, of focusing on the needs of students in an experimental manner. There are objectives, as you can see, the priority objectives. First, objective 1 is to build a renewed EUR community with an unconnected green campus. Objective 2 is to consolidate a reformist and student-centered educational framework. And objective 3 is to serve global societal challenge in order to be able to create a more just, open, and inclusive society. We have certain flagships within these objectives, for example, the creation of joint master's programs or joint training programs, a master's program on migration studies. And I'm going to quickly run through the work that we do. We have 7 work packages. The novelty here is that we're the only Alliance of European Universities that has a work packages that focuses on student initiative. It is based on the student input into the work that we do. You can see that we have the cross-cutting approaches. There are themes that run across all of the different work packages. I'm not going to be presenting the RUA in the environment in the framework of environmental transition, but the EURWA doesn't exclusively focus on environmental transition, but it focuses on changing societies, on the way that our university can provide support in this change. So the cross-cutting issues, migration, exile, and refugees, we focus on environmental transition as well as a cross-cutting issue, but also we might think about a fairer solidarity economy, a new way of thinking about our relationships with economy and the production of goods. Then we have the issues of democracy and human rights, inclusion, gender equality, interculturality and multilingualism, and arts and performing arts. So, beyond Europe, in the second stage, we are now thinking about what we're going to do. Are we going to commit more to Africa? Well, the question of Africa and the Africa horizon is a question that is of great interest to Europe, and this means that we, in the European Union's universities and at Las Palmas, we see that great progress has been made on the issues of migration. In fact, Las Palmas and our alliance could help to build this transition by building a bridge to Africa. Parasite is also very interested, and 26% of our students there are foreign. Many of them come from Africa, from North Africa, from Sub-Saharan Africa also, and at the same time what we have done is a mapping exercise to find out the origins of the students in the other universities of the Alliance, something that we're not fully aware of yet, but this is a mapping exercise in the other universities because there are students of African origin, and therefore it would be a good idea to connect up these teaching initiatives alongside our other partners. We have 5 of our partners are based around the Mediterranean, therefore they are crosswords between South and the West, the Americas of course, but also the South and the East and the Mediterranean. And at the same time, one of the strengths of the RUA is that we have 3 partners that are on the eastern borders of Europe. Therefore, with the war with Ukraine, they are strategic outposts of Europe, and therefore there is an idea of reorganizing multilateral relations and the differing influence in the world of Europe. And in fact, Europe needs to be able to provide responses, and this is very important. EUA could therefore be a key actor in the new relations with Africa, and that is what we're going to be doing. I'd like to give thanks to Las Palmas. Las Palmas is certainly going to add a string to our bow because it's going to help us to be able to give greater momentum to the work done by our other partners, our partners in Parasite, our partners in Eastern Africa, to see African connections, but also our multilateral connections with Eastern Europe as well. Thank you.
Merci, Sophie.
Thank you, Sophie. And now we're going to be hearing from Dubaika Kimba. He is the president of the Europe-Africa Center. President. And this will bring the section on networks to end, and then we will hear from the Port Authority, the Farah Foundation, and Mamadou Akne. Are you over there? Yes, I can see you over there. Okay, wonderful. Please, President, over to you. Good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Jim Taida and the Chancellor. To summarize, this is work that we've been doing for a decade now, and it came about because of a study conducted by the founding members, and some who had African parents and grandfathers and other connections. So we carried out a study between 2007 and 2010, 3 years. Basically, the idea was to come up with something new, innovative approaches to Africa, something that we did not know about to that date. And what we wanted to do was we wanted to boost the work that we're doing threefold, fourfold by doing more research. So we did this through Madrid and Barcelona, Andalusia and Cordoba, and we decided it was time to get this project off the ground. And if we're going to organize a project, we need support of local government, or national government. So this is when our venture began, and we've gained recognition for this. From the outset, each individual has their area of expertise, then we have students, and then we began to work in 2011, because we needed a center, and we needed to also set up a team to carry out the work. At the beginning, we were an organization that organized events based on 3 areas: culture, education, and economy. Most of our speakers came from African countries. Most of them were women from various different sectors. Now, every year, we organize 2 activities in Spain. These are traveling events. And then we have one in Portugal, and work also in cooperation with our colleagues in other countries of Europe. I'm going to show you some images of this work. If you can see our colleagues in the photos. Now, basically, we want to work with professionals, and we want to focus on the economy. And then we have education and culture. This is work that's done through field work. We have colleagues in Europe and Africa. Dr. Birambi is with us today. And I would say that this is something that has been forgotten by Europeans. We speak about mobility because since humans have inhabited this planet, we have moved around. So for our project, it was difficult to find sponsors because we worked with partners. For the first 6 years, we were self-funded 100%, and then in other years, we received some sponsorship from SMEs who basically gave us support, companies here in Europe. And now we have an African country in Morocco that is also helping us with our events and sponsoring us on that ad hoc basis. So coming back to the photo of Valladolid, this is a program for women. Women of Africa, yesterday and today and tomorrow. And this was the very first edition, and then every year we would organize editions in different places. And in fact, this was held in Valladolid. Marisol from Women for Africa Foundation is going to be working there. It is scientific or business-based, but it's also based on general society to raise awareness amongst the general public on what is happening in Africa.
Por favor. No se mueve. Ahora sí.
Okay, excellent, it works. When we began with the project, there were 7 people. Now there are 26 of us. It's teamwork. We have a board, we have a steering committee, we have a scientific committee. Birami Meboye is on the scientific committee and also work in various different countries. Now, I often say that this is a project within which there are 3 continents: Africa, Europe, and the Americas. Because we are children of Africa, but we do try to link up with people from the Americas. And in fact, you can take a look at our website and see the organigram of the people working for us. Some of our collaborators live in Africa, in Abidjan, for example. And we are open to collaboration. Certainly, we are based in Spain. Sometimes we can work with people there and other places, but we work with NGOs and work with companies, businesses as well. And we work with businesses that are open-minded, that wish to communicate with the rest of the world, and they come with proposals. Sometimes they accept working with us, and any business can receive people at lunchtime, and then therefore we can turn up, we can work with the catering at their company, and then we go and talk to them about what we want to do with Africa. So this is about opening up. We can see in Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, they've been doing the same kind of activities in businesses during their lunchtimes. And then other activities that we organize. For example, we were pioneers in this type of activities when Nelson Mandela was the ambassador of the city of Barcelona. And basically, this is field work that we did. Naturally, the idea is to posthumously award the gold medal to Nelson Mandela through the city of Barcelona. And this was done back in the past, and it was done in Barcelona. And this is what we do, awareness raising, making people aware of the reality of Africa. And here, at the heart of all that we do, is youth. And in fact, our colleague Mr. Rugger said that there are many young people in Africa who are unmotivated. They have no cultural reference, and therefore we decided to organize a program for young people. We went to Mataro, we went to Chadiba, which is a city in Africa. We spoke to young people. They listened to us, and the idea was to raise awareness in Spain and in Portugal about what is happening. This is near Valencia, and what we also do is a business training activity. This is a meeting between people from different places in Europe. This is organized in Brussels and in Portugal, and then we're going to end in the city of Braga in Portugal, and of course we're going to do this in Barcelona on the 5th of June. And there, if anybody wants to turn up, then you can see what we're doing. And then to conclude, we can see that here we have another program organized with the help of our colleagues from French. This is the Gota Noir publication, where we find Africans amongst the African diaspora, not only in Europe, and we invite all kinds of different people to this gala, and the money that is raised is then invested into causes, because quite simply there are young people who do not have the necessary resources, so therefore this is a way of helping to fund their path to university. Sometimes they come from poor neighborhoods, so what we do is we fund, for example, a psychologist who helps them to change their mindset, because they suddenly go from a poor neighborhood and they end up in Sciences Po University in Paris, and this can be a great culture shock for them. But we have a great range of professionals that help us on these projects. And then, to conclude, we have published a book talking about building bridges. This is called Centre Euro-Africa, so it's about building bridges between Europe and Africa. And in this book we talk about what is Africa. It's what is not often seen in the media. There is also a part where we receive letters from all kinds of people, from princesses all the way down to carpenters, and their letters are published in the book. And then there's another part of the book in which we talk about the future. No, we talk about the present, we don't talk about the future. No, it's about having a proper understanding of where we stand in the world. So what this is our small contribution, and we would like to give it to you for your libraries. Of course, you can buy it online if you wish it, or you can also consult it where it's available. So in the coffee break, we can also have a chat about this if you wish. So thank you very much, and I'll see you soon. I'd like to also present this book to the Vice-Chancellor, if I may.
Es por lo menos en nuestra contribución.
Bueno, acabamos de terminar lo que son las redes, ya estamos ya...
So that's networks. Now we only have 3 presentations to go. Now we're going to focus on businesses. A few days ago we had a meeting with the Port Authority. Of course, we have a very significant relationship with them. Ismael Ravelo will be with us today, and he gives a course on training for trainers and stevedores, or dock workers, in Africa.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon. My name is Ismael Ravelo. For 10 years I have been organizing various different training courses in Africa. Training focused on ports. Also been coordinator for the Port Authority over these years to be able to channel all of these various different training activities. And from this, we have this initiative, African Ports and Development. And basically it came about because of the uncertainty that came about uncertainty amongst dock workers, businesses, and port authorities. And they do maintain a constant dialogue on which is the most competitive port, which is the most economic, which is the cheapest of ports. And really, I think that this endless to and fro created an environment of uncertainty that we needed to do something about. So, therefore, we've seen the growth of container terminals, port hubs. And we've also seen a growing demand in Africa in general for material of all types. And the only way we can introduce goods to inland is through ports. Railroads in Africa are not particularly extensive. So therefore, there was a crying need to improve port infrastructures in Africa. So we decided to begin by doing a field study into the realities of the various different ports. First, general purpose ports, and then hubs, so that we could better understand the general situation. And if we could do this, then we can rule out all of the various different doubts and uncertainties. So we needed to do a field study. And, well, the field study was done, but then we needed to talk about training. We went to between 14 and 16 countries in total. Some of the countries we couldn't go to because some countries have many ports, and some countries only have one single port. But we were able to conduct very complex fieldwork. As you all know, going to Africa is not easy for us. Above all, we're going to a very closed environment, as are the ports, and if you want to be able to go there and you try to study the particular circumstances there on cost and movement of goods, the situations of workers, this is also very important. It was a bit of a closed shop situation, and it's the very first time that this had been done, so therefore basically we dived straight into the deep end and decided this is something we have to do. And through this fieldwork we were able to recover a lot of very valuable information and this is helping us to overcome the initial identified challenges. The port of Las Palmas, the port of Tenerife worked on this, many ports in the Mediterranean also. And these ports occupy very important places in the list of container ports worldwide. But it's not just about being competitive. When we went to these African ports, we saw that we needed to equip these ports with infrastructure, with knowledge, with information, training, all that they needed so that they could be in a position and that they would have the tools to become a port with characteristics that are similar to our ports. If not, we're talking about low costs, high accidents, substandard working conditions, and there would always be 3 or 4 steps behind us in terms of proper working conditions. And therefore we come to a situation where the expensive ports are going to be threatened by the cheap African ports, but this is not actually the case. What did we find? Well, first, in the general purpose ports, we saw in this field work we did, we saw that they had comprehensive problems. So in the port of Las Palmas, a comprehensive service is provided. The vessel comes, it is unloaded, there are repairs and maintenance works, changing of crews. There's a comprehensive service that is provided through the Port Authority. That's what you see here in Las Palmas. But then, at the general purpose ports, which basically receive containers for their own consumption, to be consumed only within the port and surroundings. And then those ports send on containers to inland towns, and quite simply they are beyond their capacities. And you can see there's a bottleneck in the terminal, and we see movements on the maritime dunes which also affects the depth of the vessels, which means that they cannot actually enter into the ports. So essentially what we had to do with the general purpose ports was we had to raise awareness amongst the workers on the guidelines of how a port should be run, and we had to make sure that the businesses as well were also fully apprised of what they had to do so that they could meet the needs of their clients and also the needs of African populations. And then we had the port hubs. There's a bit of a paradox there in terms of infrastructure. Because if you look at how large Africa is, they had great problems in reclaiming land from the sea. There's very expensive infrastructure projects, there's high fatality figures, and also environmental aspects were very relevant. So these are threats to the development of these big hub ports, not in particular when we compare them to Spanish ports and in particular Canary Island ports. Threat is the word. And I don't want you necessarily to see this word threat, but basically what you need to do is dispel this false beliefs about the competition from these African ports. We needed to convey a positive message that we needed to provide decent work to workers in those ports. That was our starting message. And that's where work began. And I think that the fact that the Port of Las Palmas had very good relationships with these ports was very helpful. It helped us to develop the port infrastructures across this area of the Atlantic. And how do we go about this? The Port Authority, working with the Casa Africa, Las Palmas and Casa Africa, organized various different workshops for managers, women managers exclusively, male managers as well, separately, because we thought that it would be most useful to organize a specific workshop for women managers, because we already know how difficult it is for women to forge a career in a male-dominated sector. Therefore, we thought it was important that we provided specific training tailored to women. So dock managers, and then to the dock workers, we provided them with training in their own countries. We facilitated that training 50-50 in the country or in our country, half-half, or entirely in their country. We trained up trainers who then went and provided training in the ports. And because of this training, we brought down workplace accidents, workplace standards improved, and this meant that guarantees could then be provided to these workers, in terms of a decent working wage. And then, to conclude, after 10 years working with these ports, we have helped 14,000 dock workers to work, to register, to join up, work together. And technology is a tool that has kept these communication channels open across the sector. And we also have open invitations for anybody that wants to participate in conferences or any similar events. We were pioneers, and now it is in the hands of an organization that is larger than us, and we hope to see that African ports will continue to improve and that they will continue to be ports with a promising future that can provide guarantees that their workers can work without loss of life, without the fear and with their futures guaranteed, that they have CBAs that meet their collective bargaining agreements that meet their needs. And quite simply, through the work that we've done, we've been able to professionalize this industry. And really, it's the Port of Las Palmas that has played the predominant role in all that we've done. So thank you. That is where I can wrap up. I'd like to thank the university, Casa Africa, to the foundation of the Las Palmas Port. Thank you to all of you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now the last speakers. Before we have a break for lunch, this is Pepe Ferrey, the first representative of the NGOs related to Africa. She is the CEO and president of the Ferrey Foundation. Good afternoon. Thank you for holding there in spite of your tiredness and hunger. I would like to thank the Chancellor and Vice Chancellor for the invitation to be here. I'm the CEO of the Gran Canaria Island Foundation for Cooperation and Sustainable Sustainable Development. Let me tell you that my first role was in the SEED project. I believe that I was the very first person who actually applied for this project, and I presented the project in Senegal, and I'm absolutely delighted that this university has advanced a lot in cooperation. Although there are not too many women, I do, however, celebrate this Bridge to Africa event because there are many to learn. There's much to learn from Africans and from the people in here. This foundation is a multidisciplinary team which has worked for over 16 years, both in the Canary Islands and in international cooperation. Our first effort was to determine and to think and to build what our framework would be to try and avoid paternalist or Eurocentric cooperation with Africa. So from efficiency and professionality, respecting the relevance of the different actions, the transparency, we have 10 in the Commission of Transparency of the Government of the Canary Islands. The horizontality, meaning that we have 40 workers here plus 150 volunteers who are also advisors. We all have the same voice. Then, of course, respect and ethic. And here we highlight what the codes of conduct are, and we also provide major importance to independence. Independence from the interests of several cooperation policies, for instance, which does not mean that we only defend neutrality, because nothing is neutral in this world, but we want to advocate for the human rights, the childhood rights, and the women's rights. Regarding the rights of the children's right, we should say that the focus is the planet, and then we decided to introduce in our framework the Sustainable Development Goals, because we have been working with this idea. We have our own objectives within the organization, and we have developed many protocols, many handbooks, and a methodology that we have been validating through these 17 years of work. We work with European funds, with Spanish funds, and Canary Island and local authority funds. But we do this in order to strengthen what is a decentralized cooperation. We have always wanted to develop proper and good technical teams to be present and to have the presence of all these students from the third sector, which has always been the younger, let me say so, of the production sectors. From the very beginning, the basic tool has been participation diagnosis. That is, we work a model by which we go from the bottom to the top. As a teacher on leave, actually, it is compulsory that any research work studies everything about the theme we are actually addressing, which means that we do exactly that, a very thorough research on the plans, programs, projects, and previous studies which may exist on the area, field of activity, or land where we're going to work. After that, we develop our methodology through participatory meetings with economic, religious, business people of the area, of course women, and also we provide voice to the children because they have a lot to say about how they want to be in the world. One of the tools which have become a key tool is the one of the discussion groups and the community meetings. This is a little bit farther from the questionnaire that we used to have, but this is much more human because it provides importance to the word. And we have records of direct observation, and of course we carry out many interviews. From this diagnosis, we create a flexible document which we develop with the beneficiary, and from there we develop a joint project to address the reality through this holistic character, and we work on all the different areas, that is health, environment, education, training, economic development. These are the ones which are the key to the development plan, and within each of these programs we have different projects which are linked as a jigsaw. We also take into account the impact, and we do impact monitoring, and we have our own tools to do this. We work in West Africa, particularly in Mali, with a European program on technology and teachers training. This is a 3-year program. We also work in Mauritania, in the south in Trasa, with the communities of Medellin, which are where slaves. We work in many regions of Senegal, and in Gamba we work in the area, in the border of Gambia with Senegal. And we work on the childhood rights, and for the last 5 years we have started a campaign to denounce a campaign against the exploitation of small children. 100 begging children of a particular ethnic which suffer all kind of different problems. And we are also working in different areas, such as, for instance, the waste management, and we have we are working with MIMA, and then we have developed wells which are fed by solar energy, and so on and so forth. But if we take into account that Africa is responsible for just 2% of the global warming and 3% of total emissions. However, this is the most vulnerable region in the world for natural and environmental disasters. I would say that environmental disasters pose a very serious problem in Africa that we can see in every single area where we work, and one of them is particularly the one of plastic waste. The governments have not had strong environmental protection policies, and that means that whoever is working in the environment field have been able to see that the plastic is eating the continent, is provoking diseases in the populations, reduces the quality of life, is affecting several natural environments, and is definitely affecting the peoples of Africa. So when we talk about the treatment of waste, and in particularly plastic, as I said, we always elaborate a plan of waste management. But of course, there are not plans for transforming. There was one in Kaolack in Senegal, and they are very basic anyway. And then there's not a solid educational basis for the new generations to be able to face these 21st century challenges, which are in a plastic parcel sent to Africa. There's a lot to learn, and this, as African says, we are slaves of the time because we are working with a watch in our hand. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. You are like the voice of our conscience. Now, Mamadou, we have changed the agenda several times, but eventually we have a representative of UN Migration. He has just been awarded a prize by the consular body. Thank you for being here.
Thank you to you also for the changes so that we can speak to you. My name is Mamadou. I'm the focal point for the International Organization for Migrations in the Canary Islands. I represent the IOM, which is an agency of the United Nations since 2016. The IOM has been working on this now for 70 years and has wide-ranging experience in the production of knowledge and shared experiences and the preparation of data on migration policies, also conduct studies, analyses and consultations on migration matters. Also have the yearly reports of our organization, recently published, 2024, the report on the general outlook for migration at global level. The mission of the IOM is to bring about safe migration, to regulate it, to respect human rights in countries of origin, and transit and destination countries. Therefore, we are working with the IOM. The goal is to have a global governance of this, and we need multilateral cooperation with humanitarian organizations and governments, and it also plays a role as an interstate organization to be able to involve various different types of people. As you know, we have our headquarters in Madrid at national level, and we work on various different projects that are now being developed. So education, resettlement, and also training for migrant communities. Here in the Canary Islands, we have had a presence since 2021 in the framework of a project to manage our borders. As you know, migrant flows arriving to Spain are very complex, not only because of the geographical distribution of these migrants, but also because of the variety of the profiles of the arriving migrants, men, women, minors from different countries of origin, and of course mostly come from Mali, Senegal, Morocco, and so on. And as you know, every time the migration routes change, the nationalities change. Last year we recorded more than 40,000 migrants arriving to the Canary Islands, and this year we can see that this trend continues. In fact, on the 15th of May we've recorded, according to data up between January and May, 16,500 migrants. At the same point last year, it was only about 3,500. So basically, this means that this year the trend is trending upwards. So therefore, there is a pressing need to have a project to provide aid to the recent arrivals. The project is also to provide guidance to migrants that arrive at the coast of Spain, and also to support authorities in providing information on the red tape to be followed, the legal steps to be taken, and the rights and obligations under Spanish legislation. Also to provide training to migrants on workplace risks that they might have to face. We do this through the temporary reception centres here in the Canary Islands, but also in the various different reception centres nationwide. We have the temporary reception centres where we provide information, informal talks, so that we can begin the path of education for these migrants. But we also conduct surveys on the migration routes. We try to find out the types of profiles, experiences, and the vulnerabilities of those migrants that are traveling across the Atlantic route, but also in the Western Mediterranean routes. We have a team here in the Canary Islands, but we also have another team in Andalusia, in south of Spain. They're also doing these surveys, and they're helping us to gather up all of this information. At the end of the year, we publish a report, which in sum is a summary of all that we do with greater details on the vulnerabilities that we have identified along the way. To conclude, there is another essential part of this project, the voluntary returns. Over the last few years, we've found migrants arriving to Spain with high expectations on seeking out a new life, but they have basically come face to face with the harsh reality. From the Canary Islands, they've been transferred to mainland Spain, and basically they have come up against huge challenges. They've left behind their families. They are the labor force for those families, and because of this, they have signed up for the voluntary return program. We basically provide them with financial support and an air flight ticket back home and support so that they don't go home empty-handed. So, over recent years, we know that many people are going to continue to come to the Canary Islands because of the various different situations in Mali and other African states, and therefore the IOM has to take an approach. It needs to look at the prospects for the safe, orderly and regulated management of migrant arrivals, and this is done within the framework of a program that we have to hire people at origin, so these people can come to work in Spain within the framework of this project. And it's about solidarity-based management approaches. In fact, Kofi Annan, within the framework of the first dialogue in New York, the high-level dialogue on migration, Kofi Annan said that each and every one of us has a piece of the puzzle of migration, but everybody has the full picture. And therefore, it is very important that people sit together around the table, that migration governance is properly talked through. No, we need a more coordinated approach at the end of the day. So thank you for listening, and also thanks to you for the invitation to speak at this event. Thank you so much.
Bueno, pues ya se acabó.
Well, that's it. We have accumulated a small delay thanks to our clock. I will use the last 2 minutes to tell you all thank you very much. We have had Javier Aristide, Ricardo Jarón, Vicente Mireia, Baltasar Peñate, Peter Hahn, who is still here actually, our Vice Chancellor, Lucas Sebastián Arise, Albert Roca, Gracie Perez, Isvan Daroshki, Tarosi, Sophie, Tivaika, I know she's leaving today. Thank you very much. And I know that Mamadou has to leave today. He is a representative of the United Nations. And Pepe Ferrai, thank you to you all. This is the time now to have lunch, and we will be back at 4 o'clock with the afternoon sessions. So thank you very much.